Chapter 537. After completing the first move of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, yin-yang reversal. Then, while Yang Dingtian was still unconscious, the second move, yin-yang chaos, was activated. Soon, Yang Dingtian, who had completely lost consciousness, was awakened. Because it was extreme pain that woke him up instantly. It was as if someone had fiercely hammered a bamboo stick into the gap between his toenails while he was sleeping. In fact, the pain was far beyond this description. Just now, when the deep chill fire was transforming his xian veins, Yang Dingtian thought that it would be extremely painful. Who knew that it was not? At this moment, the second move, yin-yang chaos, was even more painful. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's xian veins had been completely transformed into Yin. However, in Yang Dingtian's sea of qi, there was still a yang attribute xian flame, the million spirit demon fire. Whoosh! Another flame appeared. This was the yang attribute million spirit demon fire. The million spirit demon fire drilled out of the sea of qi and entered the xian veins. Then, the yang attribute million spirit demon fire started to cleanse the xian veins. Yang Dingtian's xian veins were Yin. Now that they were being burned by the yang attribute xian flame, they were transformed again. Other heaven and earth xian flames could be transformed as well, but the million spirit demon fire was more efficient. This was because there were countless vengeful spirits in the million spirit demon fire. Therefore, this transformation could be done with extreme precision. Therefore, after Yang Dingtian's xian veins were cleansed, they were completely of the chaos attribute. The so-called chaos attribute was not zero. It did not mean that there was no attribute, but that there was no distinction between yin and yang. Just like that, in the hellish pain. Inch by inch, the million spirit demon fire transformed Yang Dingtian's yin attribute xian veins into the chaos attribute. The second move of the great yin-yang scripture, yin-yang chaos, was completed. However, after these two moves were completed, the cultivation stopped completely and did not proceed to the third move. However, Yang Dingtian seemed to be completely broken. After he finished learning the two moves of the great yin-yang scripture, he still did not wake up. He was unconscious and in a deep sleep. Time flew by quickly, and the days were like days. At this moment, no one saw the changes in Yang Dingtian. His hair and beard grew out bit by bit. His body gradually became thinner and thinner. However, he still did not wake up because his body was recovering. The great yin-yang scripture was too heaven-defying. It had almost destroyed his body. This was a complete transformation of his profound veins. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's profound veins, energy sea, body, nerves, and brain had almost been completely reset. His entire body had suffered great damage, and he would need a long time to recover. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Dingtian finally opened his eyes and woke up. Of course, he would only wake up from the illusion. He looked up and saw Shiwu Piaoyan smiling. Yang Dingtian scratched his head and asked, "Senior, how long have I been unconscious?" Shiwu Piaoyan said, "In the illusion, he was unconscious for half a year. In reality, he was unconscious for half a month." Half a month? Half a month had passed. The fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship actually took so long to cultivate. Wasn't it very close to the time when the central state invaded the western region? Then, Yang Dingtian remembered another important thing and couldn't help but ask, "I seem to remember that I only learned 2 moves in total. What about the third move?" Shiwu Piaoyan said, "After the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, the energy and information contained in the secret book are too much. Therefore, the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship is divided into 2 scrolls. If nothing unexpected happens, the 5th stage will be the same. Of course, the endurance of the cultivator's profound veins is also taken into consideration. The first and second moves of the great yin-yang scripture have already pushed your profound veins to the extreme. If you practice the third move, even your 9 yang profound veins will not be able to bear it." Ah! Yang Dingtian was shocked. The fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was divided into upper and lower stages. He didn't notice it at all. However, he immediately remembered that in the records, Shiwu Piaoling did write 2 scrolls here. It turned out that there were 2 scrolls, not the 4th and 5th stages. Thinking about it, the senior shouldn't have written the 4th and 5th stages together. Then, Yang Dingtian asked, "Senior, where is the 2nd scroll of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship?" Shiwu Piaoyan said, "You didn't get it. It was put together with the 1st scroll." Yang Dingtian suddenly remembered. The 1st scroll of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship happened to be the last intact secret book in the secret book room. The rest had all been swallowed by the dark matter and completely turned into a black mass. And the 2nd scroll of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship seemed to be in it. Yang Dingtian suddenly complained and said, "Senior, I only found the 1st scroll of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship on the bookshelf. All the rest of the secret books have turned into black boulders and disappeared." "Ah." Shiwu Piaoling said in disbelief, "Dark matter, what kind of thing is that?" Yang Dingtian said, "I have tried it before. This kind of thing is very strange. It can't be burned at all with the mystic fire. I used a soul sword close to the emperor grade to cut it, but there was no trace. It's not that it's hard to see, but it doesn't feel anything when you cut it. There's no sense of force. But when you touch it, it's cold. In short, this thing is completely indestructible." Shiwu Piaoyan frowned and said, "This may be a product after the end of the ancient world. Child, is there a lot of this thing?" "There should be a lot. I'm just in the ruins of the underwater maze city. Only the area with a radius of a few thousand feet has not been swallowed by this black matter. The rest of what can be seen with the eyes is this thing." Yang Dingtian said. "Then, is this thing growing?" Shiwu Piaoyan asked. "I didn't pay attention to this. I'll go and observe it in a while." Yang Dingtian said. "Well, child, you must observe it carefully. This matter is very important. If this substance is as you say, and it keeps growing, then one day it will devour the entire chaos world. No power can stop it. When that time comes, the entire chaos world will truly be destroyed." Shiwu Piaoyan said. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a chill in his heart. If this matter had been spreading in the chaotic world, didn't it mean that after countless years, this planet would completely become a dead planet? Although it was not a white dwarf, its nature was exactly the same. It was a terrible thing that could swallow all life and matter. "By the way, Senior, do you know about evil spirits?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Evil spirits? What are they?" Shiwu Piaoyan asked. Yang Dingtian told him about the Temple of Annihilation and the various characteristics of evil spirit energy. Shiwu Piaoyan thought for a while and said, "Sorry, child, I have never seen evil spirits in the ancient world. However, I have heard that some kind of dark energy seduced the Void Dragon to mate with the Sea Serpent clan and the Mermaid clan, leading to the birth of the first generation of flawed Naga. However, we have never come into contact with this kind of energy." Yang Dingtian said, "Now I have this kind of energy in my body. I gathered it together with my soul, then put it in a box and sewed it into my body. Can you feel this kind of energy?" Shiwu Piaoyan said, "I'm sorry, but I'm just a spiritual impression. I can't feel your body, only your brain." Then, Shiwu Piaoyan said, "But child, I can be sure that the so-called Temple of Annihilation and the Demon King Wentian are not your true enemies. None of them are your true enemies. Your ultimate enemy must be this evil spirit energy." Yang Dingtian said, "But this kind of evil spirit energy is completely invincible. There is nothing truly invincible in this world." Shiwu Piaoyan said, "You think it's invincible because you don't understand it." Yang Dingtian said, "By the way, speaking of evil spirit energy. Some time ago, I analyzed a section of a secret manual and found that the deepest information in it was all a combination of the 2 elements of yin and yang. Then I analyzed a section of it. Is it possible to decipher any cultivation technique or energy? What? Shiwu Piaoyan hissed in surprise. Child, you actually found this? Yes, yes. Yang Dingtian said, this should be the highest secret of the martial arts civilization and the most basic core. Coincidentally, the computer knowledge on Earth is also the most primitive 0 and 1. I can make programs, but it's too difficult to analyze the primitive 0 and 1 programs. We can't come into contact with such direct things. Therefore, it's very difficult for me to analyze the secret manual. Shiwu Piaoyan said in disbelief. Child, do you know what this means? This means that you will become the ancestor of the martial arts civilization of today's chaos world. Do you know that according to what you said, now the martial artists of your chaos world can only consume martial arts secret manuals and can't create them, let alone create profound martial arts? And once you have deciphered the ultimate secret of martial arts, it means that you can modify martial arts secret manuals, and you can also write martial arts secret manuals. If you teach your understanding to your disciples, it is equivalent to reproducing a powerful and prosperous martial arts civilization. Yang Dingtian couldn't make any sound for a while. Shiwu Piaoyan continued, secret manual? What is a secret manual? In the final analysis, it is to transform the human body's Xian veins and absorb and use the natural energy of the chaos world. If you are proficient in all secret manuals, you can write them. With your 9 yang Xian veins, you can release your body to the extreme and use the energy of this world to the extreme. At that time, your achievements will be unimaginable. Yang Dingtian said, Senior, but I'm very slow and tired to analyze the combination of yin and yang information in the depths of the secret manual. Do you have any ideas? Shiwu Piaoyan said, that's because you stared at the yin and yang information one by one. A secret manual can contain hundreds of millions or even billions of yin and yang information. This kind of analysis is, of course, slow. So, you need to set your sights higher. Don't look at them one by one, look at them one by one, and then master the order inside and the purpose of this paragraph. In the end, you will find that these secret manuals are actually composed of paragraphs. In other words, they are composed of equations. So, when you practice to the end, you can look at them one by one. Then, you can look at them one by one. Finally, you can create or modify them. Yang Dingtian said, Thank you, Senior. Shiwu Piaoyan said, the writer of every secret manual is a great theorist and mathematician. Therefore, the more advanced the secret manual is, the more you can get. So far, there should be no more profound secret manual than the pig-slaying swordsmanship. From now on, you can try to analyze the pig-slaying swordsmanship secret manual. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, but, after the pig-slaying swordsmanship secret manual is learned, it is immediately burned and no data is left. It is burned after reading. It is not for show, but because the energy contained in it is too great. Once it enters a person's brain, it will be engraved in it. The secret manual that has its energy taken away can't bear it, so it is directly burned into ashes. Shiwu Piaoyan said, well, I wrote the secret manual, so these things are all in my head. I will leave them in your head. Also, I will leave the relevant memories and understanding of the secret manual in your head. I believe it will be of great help to your analysis. Thank you, Senior, Yang Dingtian said excitedly. Shiwu Piaoyan said, in fact, I have also been learning. I walked for countless years to save the world. Later, like you, I fixed my eyes on the deepest level of the martial arts civilization, trying to save the whole world in this way. So, child, in the process of writing the pig-slaying swordsmanship, I also thoroughly understood and mastered the martial arts civilization. One level is higher than the other. Child, when you learn the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, you should be able to feel that the pig-slaying swordsmanship has transcended all the secret manuals in the world. Yes. Yang Dingtian said excitedly, using the analogy on Earth. If a person is equivalent to the computer hardware on Earth, then the martial arts secret manual is equivalent to the operating system, and the magic skills secret manual is equivalent to all kinds of software. The hardware can determine part of the performance. If the operating system is optimized well, it can achieve greater power. All kinds of software are the most direct tools to achieve the purpose of work. Almost all the secret manuals in the world follow this principle. And your third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship has completely broken this principle. Your third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship is equivalent to the operating system affecting the computer hardware. And your fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship directly changes the computer hardware. It completely transcends the martial arts civilization of this world, and also surpasses the scientific and technological civilization of Earth. I don't know what the computer and system you are talking about is, but I can understand what you are saying. Shiwu Piaoyan said, yes, in order to save the world, I continue to study the deepest level of the martial arts civilization. Because I feel that if I want to save this civilization, I must use a way to transcend this civilization. So, when I study a realm to the extreme, I write a volume of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. I am worried that I can't save the world, so I put my hope in the pig-slaying swordsmanship. So, child, my pig-slaying swordsmanship is definitely not just a martial arts secret manual, but a thorough understanding of the entire martial arts civilization. It is my only hope to save the world. Yang Dingtian asked, Senior, how long did you write the entire pig-slaying swordsmanship? I don't know. Shiwu Piaoyan said, but, from the first stage to the fourth stage, it took a full 180 years. Yang Dingtian suddenly clicked his tongue. Well, the most important thing for you now is the second part of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Shiwu Piaoyan said, you can look here again. If you don't find it, don't worry. Because I wrote 2 copies, and the other one may be on the ground. Yang Dingtian immediately thought of Kuei Si, who was imprisoned by the Vulture Palace. He didn't know if the one he auctioned that day was the second part. And most importantly, who was the middle-aged man who auctioned the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Senior, where did you write the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship? Yang Dingtian asked. Shiwu Piaoyan said, even if you ask me now, I don't know. But I can tell you that I came to the Sea Snake Rakshasa Empire to search for Naga's traces. I didn't find any clues, so I should go to the Mermaid Illusory Empire to search. Yang Dingtian asked, where is the Mermaid Illusory Empire? North, 100,000 miles, Shiwu Piaoyan said. Yang Dingtian continued, Senior, I have one last question. You, in the ancient world, what is your ranking in martial arts? Shiwu Piaoyan said, Child, let me tell you a story. When I was 20 years old, everyone thought that I would be the best in the world because I stood out among the young people. Even those under 30 years old had no opponents. Later, when I was 25 years old, I felt the danger of the world, so I gave up martial arts cultivation and traveled the world to search for the secrets of the world. Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly surged with infinite respect. A person who directly gave up martial arts cultivation for lofty ideals. After wandering aimlessly for 20 years, I finally determined that the end of the world was coming. I began to look for a way to save the world and began to conduct the deepest research on martial arts civilization. After another 20 years, I was already 65 years old. A lot of things happened in the past 40 years. For example, my biggest opponent became the absolute number 1 in the world. And my fiancée also became his wife. One day, the couple met me and were very surprised. And I had almost forgotten these 2 people. Later, this number 1 in the world wanted to compete with me, but I didn't accept. Because I didn't think I was his opponent. I hadn't really cultivated for 40 years. Maybe my cultivation had deteriorated a lot. Maybe I couldn't even beat a finger of his. However, he still forced his hand, so I gently pushed him. Then, I don't know what happened, but he spat out blood and flew out. I had never competed for the number one in the world, but inexplicably, I became the absolute number one in the world when I was 65 years old. Child, humans have never been able to enter the underwater empire because of the incomparably huge energy barrier. When I was more than 200 years old, I easily entered the underwater Luo Sha Empire. Even in the Luo Sha Empire, no one was my opponent. I don't know what my final cultivation was. Maybe it was infinitely close to Naga of the demigod race. Yang Dingtian was shocked speechless. But so what? Shiwu Piaoyan said, no matter how high my martial arts are, I don't fight with people. What I want is to save the world. Since I can't save the world, what's the use of my high cultivation? Child, do you know why my cultivation broke through the limits of human beings? Shiwu Piaoyan asked. I don't know, Yang Dingtian said. Shiwu Piaoyan said, because I was transforming my body's Xian meridians and Qi Si, making it break through the limits of human beings and close to Naga of the demigod race. After you practiced the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, you were also transforming your Xian meridians, your Qi Si, and your body. So, you don't need to care about the 9 rank Xian meridians or the 9 yang meridians. You don't need to care about the human stuff. What you learned is the pig-slaying swordsmanship. You have no limits. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was shocked. Well, I will write down my understanding of the pig-slaying swordsmanship and transfer all the data and information of the first half of the volume to your brain. Study it well and ponder it well, Shiwu Piaoyan said. Yes. Yang Dingtian said respectfully. Boom. In an instant, all the illusions, as well as the figure of Shiwu Piaoyan, turned into a white light and drilled into the depths of Yang Dingtian's brain. Yang Dingtian only felt that his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he completely fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Dingtian woke up. This time, in reality, he was truly awake. It really seemed as if a long time had passed, but it also seemed as if everything had just happened. Yang Dingtian searched his mind a little and suddenly found that there were countless memories, countless numbers, and countless yin and yang information in his mind. However, it was disorganized. When Yang Dingtian thought about it, he felt a sharp pain in his head. That's right, these memories, after all, were forcibly input. Yang Dingtian couldn't understand these things, so he had to slowly study and understand them. However, now was definitely not the time to study. Once he began to study, Yang Dingtian would have to enter the depths of meditation and study in the illusion for several years, decades, before he would have any results. Next, Yang Dingtian remembered that when he was communicating with Shiwu Piaoyan, he had forgotten an important thing. That was, he forgot to mention the matter of Aoshuang Naga. In short, he didn't know why, but in the illusion just now, he actually forgot to mention the matter of Naga's Aoshuang. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian regretted it. Obviously, Shiwu Piaoyan's understanding of Naga far exceeded that of anyone in this world. However, in the illusion, he was equivalent to sleeping, although he was still Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't completely control his own will in the illusion. Perhaps, deep down, he didn't want to talk about this matter, so he didn't mention it to Shiwu Piaoyan. If he could get more information about Naga from Shiwu Piaoyan, such as evolution, such as completely transforming into human form, how good would that be? Even, Yang Dingtian forgot to mention the matter of Duan Ruyan. Duan Ruyan was still unconscious. Yang Dingtian had thought of many ways to make her consume the holy water elixir, but she was still unconscious. Of course, Yang Dingtian also thought of inputting qi into her body to see if he could wake her up. But in the end, he didn't dare to do so, because Wu Maji said that the evil energy in Duan Ruyan's body was not third class, but more than fourth class. Yang Dingtian didn't know if this evil energy was alive or dead. If it was alive, once it entered Yang Dingtian's body, he would never be able to get rid of it. There had already been 2 generations of hidden sect masters who had been infected with evil energy, and Yang Dingtian was the only one who hadn't been infected. If he was infected again, then the Tiando League would be completely conquered by evil ways. However, in the matter of Duan Ruyan, Shiwu Piaoyan might not be able to do anything, because he didn't know anything about evil energy. Alas! Yang Dingtian sighed and said, "Next time, there will be a chance. When I study the second volume of the Great Yin Yang scripture, I will see Senior again." Now, it was time to test the results of the first volume of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. At this time, young Dingtian felt incomparably weak, as if he didn't have any strength in his body, let alone Xian Qi. He stretched out his hand and found that his arm was only skin and bones. One must know that he was very strong before. He reached out to touch his face, and there was only a layer of skin left on his face. Then, his face was full of beard, and his hair had become very long. Yang Dingtian had never felt so weak before. His entire body was light, empty, and cold. The Great Yin Yang scripture was too heaven-defying, and it almost tortured him half to death. Thus, Yang Dingtian quickly took out an energy pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. Finally, a warm feeling gradually spread throughout his body. On this day, Yang Dingtian didn't do anything other than constantly consuming energy elixirs and Saint Origin pills. On the second day, Yang Dingtian began to absorb Xian Qi. 6 hours later. Boom! Yang Dingtian's body shook violently, and then his entire Xian meridians, and his entire body completely entered the void. At the same time, there was a sudden clap of thunder and a flash of lightning in the sky above the main hall. The entire ground trembled slightly. That's right, Yang Dingtian had broken through to the Master Realm. Although his Sea of Qi had already broken through to the Master Realm, his Xian meridians were still 9-star and 9th grade revered martial artist. This time, he finally broke through to the Master Realm. However, this breakthrough was just the beginning. After his Sea of Qi broke through to the Master Realm, countless Xian Qi still poured in like a tide. When the Xian Qi poured in to the extreme, his Sea of Qi began to expand. Boom! After a slight tremor, he broke through to the 1-star 1st-grade Master Realm. Then, without any pause, Xian Qi continued to pour in crazily. Then, there was another tremor. He broke through to the 1-star 2nd-grade Master Realm. In this way, his Xian meridians continued to tremble slightly and expand slightly. He directly broke through to the 1-star 9th-grade Master Realm. Then, it completely expanded. Boom! His entire Xian meridians seemed to explode. His entire body, his entire brain, and his entire body completely entered the void. Yang Dingtian broke through to the 2-star Master Realm. That's right, these breakthroughs were caused by the strong reaction of his Xian meridians and body, but the reaction of his Sea of Qi was ordinary. Because his Sea of Qi had already broken through. Now, it was only his Xian meridians that had broken through. However, his Sea of Qi still did not stop. It continued to devour Xian Qi crazily as if it was extremely hungry and thirsty. In this way, his Sea of Qi shook crazily and expanded crazily. Then, with a loud bang, it fell into the void again. Yang Dingtian directly broke through to the 3-star Master Realm. However, his Sea of Qi still did not stop. It was still devouring Xian Qi crazily. Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi had been suppressed for too long. It had been hungry and thirsty for too long. This time, after learning the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, he immediately broke through the shackles. Therefore, he crazily broke through and devoured Xian Qi crazily. This should be a kind of compensation. After all, Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi had already broken through to the Master Realm previously. A total of 4 days and 4 nights. Yang Dingtian's Xian Qi inhalation and exhalation lasted a total of 4 days and 4 nights. His crazy breakthrough also lasted a total of 4 days and 4 nights. Finally, it stopped. Then, Yang Dingtian felt his final cultivation level at this time. Suddenly, he was completely shocked. Note, 7,000 words for the first update. Brothers, please support me. There are more than 10,000 new updates every day. Brothers, please. Chapter 538. When he left the secret realm of Despair City, Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi had broken through to the Master Realm. However, he didn't know exactly how much. He could vaguely feel that he had broken through to the 2-star Master Realm. Next, Yang Dingtian used the dark mystic fire to devour half of the deep sea mystic poison, which contained the mystic qi energy of the blood pupil demonic army. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's cultivation had improved again. However, Yang Dingtian didn't know exactly how much he had improved. He could only vaguely feel that he might have broken through to the 3-star Master Realm. Today's cultivation had indeed proved this point. When Yang Dingtian broke through to the 3-star Master Realm, the reaction in his Sea of Qi was very small. This meant that his Sea of Qi had already broken through to the 3-star Master Realm. However, when he broke through again, the reaction in his Sea of Qi was extremely huge. It was as if a small nuclear bomb had exploded in his Sea of Qi. It directly blew up Yang Dingtian's thoughts and spirit into ashes. His entire body, consciousness, and even soul were completely blank. This feeling was like unplugging and rebooting a computer. Then, Yang Dingtian successfully broke through to the 4-star Master Realm. However, the breakthrough didn't stop. Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi was still trembling. 4-star level 1. 4-star level 2. 4-star level 3. 4-star level 4. All the way to the 4-star level 9. Yang Dingtian's Sea of Qi began to expand violently. It was as if it was going to explode and disappear into nothingness. Once it exploded, it meant that Yang Dingtian had broken through to the 5-star Master Realm. However, there wasn't enough energy. The Sea of Qi didn't explode and fell into silence. Just a little bit more. Yang Dingtian was so close to breaking through to the 5-star Master Realm. Just a little bit more and he would be a 4-star level 9 savior. Yang Dingtian directly broke through to the 4-star level 9 Grandmaster Realm from the Peak Martial Venerable Realm. Among the sworn siblings, he was ranked first again. There was a mystic qi array and a battle room in this martial arts hall. Yang Dingtian believed that he could break through to the Master Realm if he cultivated here for 10 days to half a month. However, Yang Dingtian did not intend to do that. Because he had to leave this place. Time was running out. He should have been in Underwater Maze City for more than 20 days. Adding the time he spent on the trip to the Ning clan of the South Sea, almost a month had passed. Therefore, it should be less than 10 days before the Central Continent Army attacks the Western world, or even less. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to leave this place as soon as possible and return to the West. In truth, Yang Dingtian had seriously underestimated the 4th stage of pig-slaying sword technique. This was because the longest time it took to go from the 1st stage to the 3rd stage was less than a day. He did not expect that the 4th stage of the pig-slaying sword art would take him close to 20 days from start to finish. If he had that much time, he would definitely not cultivate here. He would definitely think of a way to leave this place and return to the Western world to cultivate the 4th stage of the pig-slaying sword art. Moreover, after learning the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yang Dingtian spent a few days absorbing the mystical energy. He had no choice. Because after learning the first half of the 4th stage of the pig-slaying sword art, Yang Dingtian had no strength left. He had to recover his mystical energy first. Who knew that this recovery would take a few days and nights? Of course, Yang Dingtian had only broken through to the 4-star 9th grade of the Supreme Power Realm. Now that it had happened, it was too late to regret. The most important thing was to leave this place immediately and return to the West. And the most important thing was what Lingxi said. The enemy already knew Yang Dingtian's secret weapon, the submarine. Once they knew this, they would definitely think of a way to restrain it. Yang Dingtian did not know how to restrain it. If the enemy only knew about the submarine, it was not a big deal. Yang Dingtian still had an astronomical amount of kerosene. To be honest, Yang Dingtian felt that the demon vulture army and kerosene were completely unbeatable. He did not know what the enemy could think of to restrain it. But no matter what, Yang Dingtian's submarine strategy and kerosene strategy might all be ruined. When that time came, how would he deal with the millions of troops in the central region? It could be said that Yang Dingtian was really at his wit's end. Once he was unable to stop the millions of troops in the central region from crossing the sea, it would mean that the war would break out in the Western world. That would be an incomparably huge blow to the Council of Light and the Western world. Bastard Vulture Palace, hypocritical and despicable Wu Yuming. Yang Dingtian smashed his fist on the ground. Only people from the Vulture Palace could ride the ghost bird on Ling Wu's body. And the only one who could get close to Ling Wu was Wu Yuming. This hypocrite kept saying that she was neutral. But in the end, she stole all of Yang Dingtian's trump cards and wanted to push Yang Dingtian into the abyss of hell. But to Yang Dingtian, leaving this place was the most important thing right now. Even if Yang Dingtian's submarine strategy and kerosene strategy were useless, they wouldn't be able to stop the millions of troops in the central region from leading the flames of war to the Western world. At most, they would suffer a greater loss. Yang Dingtian made use of the fire and the city to defend the lines of defense. Even though the consequences were serious and the losses were shocking. But it wasn't to the extent of falling into a desperate situation. But once the war broke out and Yang Dingtian still hadn't returned. Then the Western world and the Council of Light would be finished in an instant. Qiu Wanjie was originally somewhat dissociated. This time, he would definitely seek refuge with Zhu Qingzhu. If the war broke out and Yang Dingtian didn't appear, the fall of the Western world would definitely become a foregone conclusion. Before leaving, Yang Dingtian still made a trip to the place where the pig-slaying swordsmanship was stored. He tried to find the second half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. After searching for 4 hours, he confirmed that the second half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship had been completely devoured. Then, Yang Dingtian went down to the 8th underground floor to search. He still couldn't find the second half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. He didn't even find a mystic skill or martial skill manual that was suitable for humans to rest in. After all, this was the underwater empire. Shuwu Piaoyan's arrival was definitely an accident. Shuwu Piaoyan also said that he had to be extremely powerful at that time to be able to enter the underwater world. It seemed like the second half of the fourth stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship still had to be left on the surface. It was just that he didn't know if the pig-slaying swordsmanship that Kuei Si had auctioned was the first half or the second half. Yang Dingtian reluctantly left the underground martial arts hall and came to the surface. The beautiful Duan Ruyan was still lying on the ground, unconscious. But her body was still very healthy. Her entire body was still brimming with powerful energy. Even her naked body looked even more enchanting and gorgeous. Yang Dingtian carried Duan Ruyan and walked out of the hall. He had to think of a way to leave this underwater maze. Arriving at the underground plaza, Yang Dingtian realized a very, very serious matter. That was, he might not be able to get out. Yes, he really couldn't get out. That was because the cave that had sucked him into the underwater maze was now blocked and sealed. Yang Dingtian didn't know why he had entered this underwater maze. Later, he thought about it carefully and inferred the whole process. First of all, this sea area was one of the most ferocious sea areas in the whole world. There were terrible whirlpools everywhere. There were violent underwater earthquakes and storms everywhere. Perhaps, an underwater storm had completely destroyed the rock layer above the underwater maze, so a hole appeared above the maze. Then, this hole evolved into a huge and terrible whirlpool under the astronomical amount of seawater. Yang Dingtian jumped into this whirlpool of hundreds of thousands of meters. Without a doubt, he was sucked into the deepest part of the whirlpool, which was the ruins of the underwater maze. Then, the underwater storm and earthquake moved a huge underwater mountain and blocked the cave. So, the whirlpool stopped and the storm stopped. But, how could Yang Dingtian get out? This place was hundreds of thousands of miles away from the bottom of the sea. I don't care. Even if I have to use a sword to dig, I have to dig out. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. Then, he flew to the dome of the underground maze. Then, he almost despaired. Because this dome was no longer made of rock, but of dark matter. Yes, this dark matter had been growing. Originally, there was a hole the size of a person, but now it had been completely filled by the dark matter. This dark matter was really growing. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt cold in his heart. This thing was no threat, no harm, it just kept swallowing and spreading. If this continued, one day, the whole chaotic world would be completely swallowed. That chaotic planet would become a dead planet. At that time, this world would really be destroyed. It was not just the ancient kind of annihilation, but a complete annihilation. Yang Dingtian was unwilling to give up. He picked up the near Emperor-grade soul sword and slashed at the dome. There was no reaction, not even a rebound. Yang Dingtian suddenly released the million-spirit demon fire and bombarded the dome. When the mystic fire appeared, he could not help but be shocked. This was because the mystic fire was no longer red or blue, it had become transparent and colorless. What was going on? Then, Yang Dingtian quickly understood. This was because he had cultivated the first part of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. The first move was to turn the Yang mystic meridians into the Yin mystic meridians. The second move was to turn the Yin mystic meridians into the chaotic attribute. The third move was to turn the chaotic mystic meridians into Yin and Yang. However, Yang Dingtian had only cultivated to the second move. This meant that his current mystic meridians were of the chaotic attribute, and there was no distinction between Yin and Yang. Therefore, the million-spirit demon fire had also become colorless. Yang Dingtian's heart was going crazy. He was going to be cheated to death. The chaotic attribute sounded awesome, but if there was no distinction between Yin and Yang, the mystic fire would have almost no destructive power, and its combat power would be greatly reduced. In other words, Yang Dingtian could not use the ice or fire attribute attacks now. However, no matter if it was the Flaming Blade mystic skill or the mystic fire attack, they both required the fire attribute. Now, he could only use the treasured sword and his mystic chi to slash people directly. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian wanted to cry but had no tears. Who knew if the chaotic mystic meridians had any offensive power? Yang Dingtian reached out his hand to the mystic fire. As expected, there was no temperature at all. It was the same temperature as the air. Yang Dingtian could not help but say, "Damn, I'm going to be cheated to death." Then, the second part of the fourth part of the pig-slaying swordsmanship had become incomparably important. With the second part of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, Yang Dingtian's cultivation had broken through again. Moreover, it could be both Yin and Yang. He could use the demon spirit demon fire's immobilization and energy shield to the extreme. However, if he did not obtain the fourth part of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, then Yang Dingtian would be cheated to death. Therefore, saving Kuei Si had become even more important. However, Kuei Si had fallen into the hands of the Vulture Palace. Now, it was impossible to not fall out with the Vulture Palace. Then, Yang Dingtian thought that the most important thing now was how to get out. If he could not get out, the Western world would be finished, not to mention the second part of the fourth part of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. Therefore, Yang Dingtian tried to release the lightning mystic skill, Devil Sky Split, to strike the black material dome. He released it suddenly. Yang Dingtian was scared out of his wits. In an instant, a lightning bolt that was a few hundred meters long and 10 meters thick struck out. The power of this lightning bolt was more than 10 times stronger than Yang Dingtian's previous one. Yang Dingtian was shocked. To be honest, he rarely used the Devil Sky Split lightning. Because it was completely a bluff. It was more stunning than actual combat. Lightning talent was extremely rare and was the proof of identity of a hidden sect disciple. Moreover, no energy shield could block the lightning mystic skill. However, its lethality could only be said to be average. When a lightning bolt struck, those who were weaker than you would not be able to withstand it. However, those who were stronger than you would be able to withstand it with their body and mystic chi. With such skills and mystic chi, Yang Dingtian might as well release the mystic fire directly. Therefore, after Yang Dingtian exposed his identity as the master of the hidden sect, he rarely used this gorgeous devil sky split. He did not expect that after he broke through to the 4-star 9th grade Grandmaster level, the power of the devil sky split would be more than 10 times stronger. Most importantly, the mystic skill needed a few seconds to prepare before, but now, it was released instantly. And the most important thing was that releasing the Devil Sky Splitter only consumed a few tenths of his profound chi. Yang Dingtian could not help but suspect that if it was purely because he was a 4-star 9th grade Grandmaster, the power of the Devil Sky Split lightning would not increase by more than 10 times. Perhaps it was related to the chaotic mystic meridians? If that was the case, then the chaotic mystic meridians were not completely useless. This was good news, but there was also bad news. The Devil Sky Split lightning attack was completely useless against this black material. Next, Yang Dingtian used all his methods. He used up all the mystic chi in his body, but it was useless against this black material dome. Yang Dingtian was really in despair. Any attack was useless against this black material. That meant that Yang Dingtian would never be able to get out. If he could not get out, it would mean the fall of the Western world, the end of Cloud Heaven City, and the end of his wife, son, and family. However, Yang Dingtian had already tried everything, but he still could not do anything against this black material. Therefore, Yang Dingtian forced himself to calm down and returned to the main hall. He closed his eyes and started to regulate his breath. He started to calm down and think of a way to get out. After calming down, Yang Dingtian first had to figure it out. Why was the martial arts hall not affected when other places were engulfed and occupied by this black material? What was the reason why the martial arts hall was not completely engulfed? Did that mean that there was something in the martial arts hall that could resist this black material or at least delay the invasion and engulfment of the black material? If there was, then the answer was yes. Then, what would this treasure be? Therefore, Yang Dingtian began to search in the main hall for this treasure that could be invaded by the hellish black material. He searched around and around. In the entire martial arts hall, there was nothing except for the secret manuals, cabinets, and the battle puppets in the cultivation room. None of these things seemed to be a treasure that could resist the black material. Yang Dingtian lay down on the ground, side by side with Duan Ruyan. Suddenly, he remembered that in the whirlpool, Duan Ruyan's clothes and his own clothes had been completely destroyed, so he had been naked all this time. He didn't take it seriously, but now he felt that something was wrong. Therefore, Yang Dingtian took out 2 sets of clothes from the interspatial ring and put them on himself and Duan Ruyan. Inside the interspatial ring, Naga Aoshuang was still sleeping soundly. The series of shocking events that had happened in the past few days had nothing to do with her. After putting on his clothes, Yang Dingtian racked his brains to think of something in the main hall that could restrain the black material. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a place. Damn, why didn't I think of this before? Yang Dingtian's gaze immediately fell on the 2 eyes of the sea serpent's mother statue. This sea serpent's mother was not an ordinary person, but the ancestor who gave birth to Naga. The 2 eyes on her statue were definitely not ordinary. Perhaps, it was these 2 eyes that protected this space of the martial arts hall from being completely engulfed by the black material? Yang Dingtian was suddenly filled with hope. Chapter 539. After this so-called owl snake turned into a human, its transformation was very thorough. Its entire body was human, and it did not look like a monster at all. There was not even a single scale on its body. However, Its appearance was very ugly. Its eyes were very dull, and its facial expression showed that its intelligence was low. You know Naga? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. The ugly owl snake nodded. How old are you? Yang Dingtian asked. The ugly woman stretched out her hands and began to count. After she finished counting, she began to count her toes. Then, she was shocked to find that both of her feet were gone. Ah! She suddenly cried out in fear, and then her 2 legs kicked and lifted desperately. Miraculously, her 2 legs quickly grew out, but they looked very young and tender. After counting 10 toes, she began to shake her head desperately and said, I don't know how old I am. With such an IQ, Yang Dingtian gave up asking her how old she was. How do you know Naga? Are you afraid of her? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. The ugly woman trembled in fear and said, It killed people, it killed everyone. My father, my mother, and many people, they were all killed by it. Yes, it was indeed from ancient times. Not long after Shiwu Piaoyan visited the underwater maze city, the Queen of Naga came and massacred the entire underwater maze city and the entire Rakshasa Empire. Of course, a long time ago, tens of thousands of years ago, Naga had killed all the underwater civilizations. Because the Sea Serpent clan and the Mermaid clan were Naga's ancestors, Naga let them go and let the Sea Serpent Empire and the Mermaid Empire survive. However, when the end of the world was near, Naga still slaughtered the Sea Serpent Empire. It was believed that the Mermaid Empire was not spared. However, for some reason, this Xiao Long managed to survive. Who is your father? Who is your mother? Yang Dingtian asked. Mommy is a snake, Daddy is an owl. The ugly female beast said. No wonder it was a hybrid of a sea snake and a sea owl. These 2 species should not be able to mate. For some reason, she actually gave birth to a descendant. No wonder her intelligence was so low. After living for more than 10,000 years and growing to several thousand meters in size, it couldn't even speak clearly, and its IQ was only as high as a child's. However, she had completely inherited the brutality and bloodthirstiness of the sea serpents and sea owls. In the past 10,000 years, the number of humans and demonic beasts that she had eaten was astronomical. As for how it managed to escape the massacre in Naga, no one knew the reason. Perhaps it was because she was the descendant of a sea owl and a sea snake that she had never seen before, and she did not have any characteristics of an intelligent creature. The Queen of Naga thought that she was just an ordinary seabed animal, so she let her go. After the underwater civilization was wiped out, this hybrid species, which should have been the weakest, became the king. So it survived for more than 10,000 years. Moreover, with its natural genes, it grew up to several thousand meters in size, a super powerful demonic beast that even a dozen great masters could not do anything to. What is your cultivation level after you turn into a human? Yang Dingtian asked. What is cultivation level? The ugly woman asked. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. Why was it so difficult to communicate with people with low IQ? Immediately, Yang Dingtian carefully stepped forward, wanting to test her Xian vein cultivation level. In an instant, her eyes suddenly burst out a murderous intent, which scared Yang Dingtian. Ayo! At this time, Shuang, who was gently kissing in Yang Dingtian's arms, suddenly roared at the ugly woman, shooting out the terrifying eyes of the Queen of Naga. Wah! The ugly woman was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. It seemed that the fear of Naga had been deeply engraved in her soul, her bones. Yang Dingtian stepped forward, gently pressed her lower abdomen, and injected a stream of Xian qi to sense the ugly woman's cultivation level. After she turned into a human, she was indeed a lot weaker. This was almost unstoppable. No matter if it was Yao Rao or this giant underwater monster in front of him, it was the same. In her monster form, Yarao's cultivation level was 9-star level 9 Great Grandmaster. In her human form, she was only a middle-level Great Grandmaster. Even Naga Shuang, when she completely turned into a Naga, she was even stronger. When this underwater giant beast transformed into its human form, its cultivation base was many times weaker than before. But in Yang Dingtian's perception, it was still unfathomable. Yang Dingtian was unable to speculate the specific cultivation level, but he vaguely felt that this cultivation level was not weaker than his master's cultivation level, it was definitely higher. Then there was no doubt that this ugly woman monster, after transforming into a human, her cultivation level was definitely at the Great Grandmaster level, it should be higher than a middle-level Great Grandmaster. Are you afraid of her? Yang Dingtian pointed at Shuang and asked. Afraid. The ugly woman Xiaoxi was almost crying. Then do you listen to her orders? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes. The ugly woman Xiaoxi said. Ao Shuang looked at the ugly woman with disdain and pointed at Yang Dingtian. He is my husband, my king. I am your king, he is my king. So, he is also your king, do you hear me? Yes. King. The ugly woman Xiaoxi immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Yang Dingtian. You have to listen to him, do you understand? Shuang said. Yes. The ugly woman Xiaoxi said. Yang Dingtian said, alright, from today onwards, your name is Xiao Xiao. Alright, my name is Xiao Xiao. The ugly woman Xiao Xiao quickly nodded. Come with me, listen to me. Yang Dingtian said. The ugly woman Xiao Xiao was shocked, she cried and shook her head, No, Xiao Xiao will not leave, I will not leave, do you dare to disobey the king's order? I will tear you apart alive. Shuang roared. The ugly woman Xiao Xiao burst into tears, Alright, Xiao Xiao will leave, but Xiao, then, she couldn't explain herself. It was obvious that she didn't want to leave the sea and didn't dare to. Don't worry, I will let you go after you stay with me for a while. Yang Dingtian said. Xiao Xiao was overjoyed, yes, then, she crawled in front of Yang Dingtian and kissed Yang Dingtian's feet. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but take a step back. After all, this Xiao Xiao's mouth had eaten a lot of human flesh. At this time, Duan Ruiyan's painful voice came from the countless skeletons in the hall. Before Yang Dingtian could say anything, Naga Ao Shuang rushed into Yang Dingtian's space ring like lightning. Other than Yang Dingtian, she didn't want to see anyone else. Yang Dingtian quickly went into the ruins of the hall and found Duan Ruiyan among the countless skeletons. He then carried her out. Little Tian, you're not dead. Duan Ruiyan hugged Yang Dingtian in surprise, then coughed a few times and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Yang Dingtian took out a holy water pill and stuffed it into Duan Ruiyan's mouth. Martial ant, close your eyes and circulate your Xian Qi to dissolve the pill. Duan Ruiyan nodded, then looked behind Yang Dingtian and saw an extremely ugly woman. Although she was puzzled, she didn't ask. Instead, she closed her eyes in Yang Dingtian's arms and began to dissolve the pill to heal her injuries. Yang Dingtian carried Duan Ruiyan and flew out of the sea, then took out clothes from the space. However, there were no women's clothes now, only 2 or 3 sets of men's clothes. Yang Dingtian wore one set for himself, one for Duan Ruiyan, and one for the ugly woman Xiao Xiao. Even if Duan Ruiyan wore men's clothes, she was still incomparably beautiful. And after the ugly woman Xiao Xiao wore men's clothes, she looked even uglier. However, she seemed to be very excited, and kept looking at her reflection in the sea. Beautiful, Xiao Xiao is so beautiful, Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. Then, Yang Dingtian circulated his flying mystic skill and quickly flew north. He used all his strength, but could only fly about 500 miles per hour. From morning to night, it took more than 10 hours. After flying for a few thousand miles, his xian qi was exhausted, so he landed on the sea to recover his xian qi. And at this time, Duan Ruyan's injuries were completely healed. She opened her eyes, and without saying anything, carried Yang Dingtian and continued to fly north. Yang Dingtian was carried in her arms, and immediately felt very embarrassed. "Oh, male chauvinist. I'm old enough to be your mother, what's wrong with carrying you?" Duan Ruyan laughed. Duan Ruyan was a 9-star 9th grade grandmaster, and her flying speed was much faster than Yang Dingtian's. After flying for a day and a night, more than 10,000 miles, her xian qi was completely exhausted. This time, it was Yang Dingtian's turn to carry her. But at this time, the ugly woman Xiao Xiao suddenly became impatient. She went up and carried one in each hand, and flew out like lightning. As she flew, she complained, too slow, Xiao Xiao is hungry." Then, Yang Dingtian was almost unable to open his eyes because of the wind, and his entire face was distorted. It was too slow. The ugly woman Xiao Xiao's flying speed was even faster than the demon vulture king. She could cover 1,000 miles in an hour, which was almost supersonic. Yang Dingtian did not dare to open his mouth, because if he did, his stomach would be filled with wind. Yang Dingtian hurriedly released his xian qi to cover his body to prevent the wind from blowing in. Then, he whispered in Xiao Xiao's ear, "Xiao Xiao, can you fly higher? Higher, higher." Xiao Xiao suddenly rose into the air, higher and higher. 3,000 meters. 5,000 meters. 10,000 meters. That's enough, that's enough," Yang Dingtian hurriedly said. Then, Xiao Xiao carried one in each hand and flew more than 10,000 meters in the air, like a modern fighter jet, almost supersonic. Yang Dingtian was completely convinced. In these 2 days and 2 nights, Yang Dingtian and Duan Ruyan's xian qi was completely exhausted, but Xiao Xiao did not feel anything at all. It was as if her xian qi was endless. In just 6 hours, Xiao Xiao had flown more than 10,000 miles. But then, Xiao Xiao stopped. She descended from the sky and was about to dive into the sea. "What are you doing, Xiao Xiao?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I'm hungry," Xiao Xiao said. Then, she dived into the sea like lightning, grabbed a big fish with her mouth, and ate it in big bites. Yang Dingtian went up and said, "Xiao Xiao, I'll grill fish for you, grill, eat." "Okay," Xiao Xiao said. Then, she carried Yang Dingtian and was about to pierce him with her sword. "You're grilling fish, not grilling me, you silly woman," Yang Dingtian said unhappily. Then, he snatched the fish from Xiao Xiao's mouth and quickly removed the internal organs. Then, he activated his xian fire and grilled it at the perfect temperature. They landed on a small island. Yang Dingtian activated his xian fire to grill the fish. But then, he was about to cry. Because his xian fire had all turned into the chaos attribute and had no temperature. Duan Ruyan came over and activated her xian fire. Suddenly, a flame appeared in the air. Yang Dingtian took out wine from his space ring and poured it on the fish to get rid of the smell. Then, he used his sword to poke many holes in it. Then, he took out some deer oil and wrapped it around the fish. In an instant, a tempting fragrance wafted out. Xiao Xiao drooled at the side. Yang Dingtian grilled the fish inch by inch. Then, he took out some salt and seeped it into the fish. Then, he took out various spices and seeped them into the fish. Finally, he grilled it inside and out. After more than an hour, the fragrance was completely irresistible. Xiao Xiao's eyes were completely round. Saliva dripped down her chin and her hands were restless. If she was not afraid that Yang Dingtian was the king, she would have come over to snatch the fish and pinch Yang Dingtian and Duan Ruyan to death. After grilling it, Yang Dingtian used his sword to divide the 20 catty fish into 3 portions. 15 catties to Xiao Xiao, 3 caddies to himself, and 2 caddies to Duan Ruyan. Xiao Xiao could not wait to snatch it. She pounced on the fish as if she had gone crazy. After taking a bite, she immediately screamed and ran around excitedly. Delicious, 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 she did not know how to say anything else. She only knew how to say that it was delicious. For more than 10,000 years, she ate raw fish 90% of the time. Later, she learned to eat cooked fish by chance. However, she only knew how to grill it directly over the fire without any seasoning, and it was half-cooked. Even so, she still regarded it as delicious. As for Yang Dingtian's grilled fish, it was a delicacy that she had never even dreamed of. She ate so much that her face was filled with tears as she cried out loudly. Yang Dingtian grabbed his 1.5 caddies of grilled fish and ate it in big bites. Then, he glanced at Duan Ruyan. He instinctively wanted to see the way this stunning beauty ate. Suddenly, he was shocked. Duan Ruyan, a guru and a stunning beauty, was almost no different from Xiao Xiao when she ate. She opened her cherry mouth to the maximum and bit down with her snow-white teeth. Then, with her mouth full of oil, she chewed and stuffed her mouth full. She did not look like a beauty at all. Seeing Yang Dingtian's surprised look, Duan Ruyan said, "What are you looking at?" "I haven't eaten for a long time." Yang Dingtian was embarrassed and quickly lowered his head to eat. "Is there wine?" Duan Ruyan suddenly asked. "Oh, there is." Yang Dingtian took out a bottle from his space ring and handed it to Duan Ruyan. Seeing him take out something from his fingers, Duan Ruyan was curious, but she did not ask. She raised her neck and gulped down the wine. She drank almost half of this bottle of 3 to 4 caddies of wine in one go. "Cool. Come, have some too." Duan Ruyan handed the strong wine to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian took it and drank 2 cups. Suddenly, from his mouth to his stomach, he felt as if he was on fire. Ah! Yang Dingtian clicked his tongue. He could feel the wine from his body without any cultivation. At this moment, Xiao Xiao came over like lightning, snatched the wine, and drank it in one gulp. Wow! After drinking, Xiao Xiao screamed and spat it out. Then, it cried because of the spiciness. "It doesn't taste good, it doesn't taste good." She was a guru, but she was still bitter because of the strong wine and threw the bottle away. Duan Ruyan hurriedly caught it, then ate the meat and drank the wine. After she finished the 2 caddies of fish, Yang Dingtian had not eaten half a caddy. "Can't you finish it?" Duan Ruyan asked. Yang Dingtian nodded woodenly. Duan Ruyan came over, grabbed Yang Dingtian's fish, and tore it. One serving was half a caddy, and the other one was 2 caddies. The 2 caddies were hers, and the other half was Yang Dingtian's. Then, she finished the 2 caddies of fish like a hurricane, but Yang Dingtian had not finished his half a caddy and was still spitting out the bones. Duan Ruyan did not spit out the bones. She directly chewed the bones with her white teeth, making crunching sounds. After eating, there was still a little less than half of the wine left. She was embarrassed to snatch Yang Dingtian's, so she immediately looked at the large piece of fish in Xiao Xiao's hand. Xiao Xiao felt danger and immediately flashed more than 10 miles away. Yang Dingtian looked at the 3 caddies of fish in his hand and said, "Martial Aunt Duan, if you don't mind, you can eat mine. I'm not hungry anyway." Before Yang Dingtian finished speaking, the fish in his hand disappeared. Duan Ruyan directly took it, stuffed it into her mouth, and chewed. After eating, she drank the rest of the wine in one gulp, then threw the bottle away. She lay on the rocks of the island, stroked her stomach, and burped. Yang Dingtian looked at her stomach. Even if she was a peerless beauty, her stomach would still bloat after eating too much. Her stomach was round. She had eaten more than 4 caddies of meat and drunk 3 caddies of wine. Soon, Xiao Xiao also came back. He lay unsteadily beside Duan Ruyan, burping and touching his bigger belly. Of the two women, one was extremely ugly, and the other was extremely beautiful. However, their faces were also messy. Suddenly, Duan Ruyan came over and lay on Yang Dingtian's lap. She opened her eyes and said, "Little Tian, you're not bad." She really sounded like a leader on earth. She patted the young man on the shoulder and said, "Little comrade, not bad. I like you. If I were 20 years younger, maybe I would marry you." Duan Ruyan picked her teeth with the tip of a sword. Yang Dingtian was shocked. "Because you cook well. I always cook by myself. I often eat until I cry," Duan Ruyan said. Yang Dingtian said, Then Sister Ro can cook by herself. She's so gentle, virtuous, and clever." "She's gentle and virtuous, but she's clever. How can you tell?" Duan Ruyan said, "Her cooking is worse than mine. There's no such stupid woman in the world." Yang Dingtian was stunned. "Little guy, you can't judge a book by its cover." Duan Ruyan said, "But it's a pity that I didn't meet a man who can cook like you when I was young. Otherwise, I would serve him and give birth to his children in exchange for his delicious food every day. It's really not a loss." Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. So in her eyes, her feelings were only worth the same as a delicious meal. "Boy, did I tell you something?" Duan Ruyan said, "I almost became your second master's wife." Yang Dingtian was stunned. "When I was young, your master saved my life. At that moment, I was a little tempted. I almost gave up my identity as the successor of the Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion and was willing to give up my cultivation to be his concubine," Duan Ruyan said. "Then, why didn't you marry him in the end?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I walked with him for 3,000 miles. Later, I felt that he was very boring, so I gave up the idea," Duan Ruyan said, "so, it was just a momentary feeling. Just like just now, when I ate the fish you roasted after being hungry for a few months, I was tempted. I thought that if I were 20 years younger, I would marry you and exchange food with you every day." Yang Dingtian suddenly fell silent. Then a burst of envy surged, and he didn't even feel embarrassed. Duan Ruyan was really not a mortal. She was really more carefree than anyone Yang Dingtian had ever met. So her words were extremely true, but you must not take them seriously. "Martial ant, in your heart, what do you care about the most?" Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. "I don't know." Duan Ruyan looked up at the starry sky and said, "Once, I thought I cared about the Heavenly Phoenix Pavilion the most, but it was destroyed. Although I was very sad, I wasn't very sad. I care about Ro very much and treat her as a family member. However, I don't care if I don't see her for 3 to 5 years. I even feel bored when I see her. So, I don't know what I care about." "Boy, you care about too many things, even more than your master." Duan Ruyan stroked Yang Dingtian's face and said, "It's very tiring, but in this world, fortunately, there are people like you." 3 days and 3 nights later, Yang Dingtian and the other two flew back to Iron Furnace City in the Western world. At this time, the entire Tiando League's Council of Light's upper echelons had fallen into the deepest panic and fear. Because they heard a piece of news. Yang Dingtian was dead. Chapter 540. Yang Dingtian was dead. The first person to hear this news was Qiu Wanjie of the Divine Weapons Manor. Zhu Qingzhu had sent an envoy to inform him of this news and instigate him to rebel. Qiu Wanjie naturally scoffed at this news. This was because the news of Yang Dingtian's death had been passed around countless times. Yang Dingtian was dead, Yang Dingtian was defeated, Yang Dingtian was captured. These news had been passed around countless times. But each time, they were slapped in the face. Every single time, Yang Dingtian would appear in front of everyone in good condition, and every single time, he would obtain an unbelievable victory. In the end, Zhu Hongli, the envoy of Middle State, took out the evidence, a few pieces of jade. Yang Dingtian's impersonation of Ning Yu had his face cut open. Then, he admitted his identity and revealed his true face. Then, Ning Wuming stabbed him several times and killed him. Ning Wuming's entire body was almost broken. In the end, Yang Dingtian hugged Duan Ruyan and fell into the terrifying abyss of the demon ocean. Even in the jade, this scene was extremely shocking and terrifying. A giant whirlpool of a few hundred kilometers swallowed Yang Dingtian instantly. Not to mention Yang Dingtian, even a grandmaster expert wouldn't be able to escape from that terrifying whirlpool. Therefore, it was really different this time. Yang Dingtian was really dead. Zhu Qingzhu had taken out the evidence. Yang Dingtian's death was a huge blow to Qiu Wanjie. Among all the big shots, he was the one who was the most unsettled. If Yang Dingtian's death was a huge blow, then Zhu Hongli's following words were undoubtedly the last straw. He said, "Your bullshit submarines are useless. Your kerosene is also useless." Qiu Wanjie was completely stunned. Submarines and kerosene were the Western world's biggest secrets. They were also the trump cards to defeat Middle State. In order to protect this top secret, Yang Dingtian had nearly emptied the entire Inferno Island. He had placed the Radiance Parliament's most elite sea, land, and air forces into this island. Who would have thought that this top secret would still be leaked? Zhu Hongli said with ulterior motives, "We have people in the highest echelons." After that, Qiu Wanjie almost collapsed completely. Now that the top secret of the submarine and the kerosene had been revealed, it meant that the great battle at sea had instantly become a bubble. This meant that millions of soldiers from the Central Plains were pouring into the Western world like a tide. How could he block it? Then, Zhu Hong left and gave her conditions. As long as the divine weapons manner betrayed the Council of Light and joined the middle ground, Zhu Qingzhu would be willing to give them the territory that Yang Dingtian had given to the divine weapons manner. To the south of the World Society and to the east of the northwest Qin City, these 4,000 to 5,000 miles of land all belonged to Qiu Wanjie of the divine weapons manner. Furthermore, he gave Qiu Wanjie's evil spirit energy to help him break through to the great Grandmaster realm. Without a doubt, this was a great temptation. As a trade, Qiu Wanjie only had to give up one thing, and that was a small crystal crossbow. 10,000 sets and the manufacturing method. This was because he had the small crystal crossbow. The invincible Devil Dragon army and the terrifying Devil Vulture army had both died without a burial ground. The small crystal crossbow was the nemesis of these two armies. Qiu Wanjie was very tempted, but he didn't agree immediately. The second person that Zhu Hongli looked for was the former leader of the World Society, Song Shao. Her conditions were even more direct, which was to break through to the great Grandmaster realm and give him a third-grade evil spirit. The current Song Shao didn't have the Devil Dragon martial soul and wasn't worth much. He wasn't like Qiu Wanjie who had the small crystal crossbow. In Zhu Qingzhu's heart, Song Shao was the easiest to compromise. He was also the stupidest among the few big shots in the western region. However, the reality was that Qiu Wanjie was extremely tempted and was on the verge of collapsing. As for Song Shao, he rejected. Zhu Hongli was very surprised that the stupid and weak Song Shao actually rejected her. Song Shao, who had betrayed them so easily, actually rejected her without hesitation. However, Zhu Hongli didn't think much of it. After all, she only wanted to incite Qiu Wanjie. Zhu Qingzhu didn't care about the rest. As for Qin Wanchou, even if he wanted to surrender, it was basically impossible. Because Zhu Qingzhu was determined to get the western region, Qin Wanchou was the biggest obstacle. Before Qiu Wanjie replied to Zhu Hongli, the news of Yang Dingtian's death immediately spread and swept through the entire western region with the speed of a storm. Within 10 days, almost all the martial artists in the western region knew about this news. Moreover, Zhu Hongli had shown the relevant evidence countless times in front of the big shots. As a result, the entire western region fell into complete panic and darkness. Everyone was in a state of panic and uncertainty. The construction of the western region's defense line almost came to a halt. The voices of surrender in the western region became even louder. Countless small vassals sent envoys to contact Zhu Hongli and secretly threw out olive branches. Some vassals even sent envoys to Central State to express their surrender. The entire upper echelon of the Council of Light was completely shocked, but they still took decisive and swift actions. They immediately put Zhu Hongli under house arrest and completely sealed off the entire western region. Without the Council of Light's orders, no ships were allowed to enter the western region. All ships heading to Central State were immediately sunk once they were discovered. However, this couldn't stop the fear in the hearts of the vassals in the western region. These people still stepped forward one after another, intending to surrender. As a result, the war had yet to begin. Dozens of conflicts had already occurred in the western region of the world, and the casualties were close to 100,000. Qin City and the World Society suppressed the surrendered forces in their own territory and killed tens of thousands of them. However, Qin Wanzhou and Cloud Sky City couldn't interfere with the surrendered vassals in the Divine Weapons manner because this was Qiu Wanjie's territory after all. However, Qiu Wanjie of the Divine Weapons manner was very greedy. He didn't take the initiative to express his stance to Zhu Hongli, nor did he stop the surrendered vassals in his territory. As a result, a few thousand miles south of the Sunset Mountain Range and even West State City were in complete chaos. Under the instigation of the surrendered vassals, hundreds of thousands of troops gathered openly and even attacked the troops loyal to Yang Dingtian. As a result, the south of the Sunset Mountain Range was in complete chaos within these few days, and there were countless casualties every day. The tide of surrender was getting louder and louder. The construction of the defensive line in the western region of the world almost came to a standstill. Iron Furnace City was the first defensive line in the upcoming war. Because the citizens of Yen City were lazy and hated work, the construction was slow. As a result, Cloud Sky City had no choice but to mobilize hundreds of thousands of citizens to construct the defensive line. As expected, in a short span of half a month, the entire Iron Furnace City had become a huge military fortress. Thousands of cannons were already set up on the defensive line and the city walls. However, after the news of Yang Dingtian's death spread out, countless citizens of Yen City started to return and started to rebel against the war. Thoughts of surrendering surged like a storm. Immediately after, the citizens of Yen City and Cloud Sky City started to have intense conflicts. The citizens of Yen City cursed Yang Dingtian for destroying their peaceful lives. Not only did he die, but he also dragged them down with him. Now that Yang Dingtian was dead, the western region of the world didn't have any hope of winning. Therefore, they didn't want war and wanted to live peacefully. Although the citizens of Cloud Sky City were in a state of fear and shock, they didn't believe that Yang Dingtian, who they believed in, would die so easily. Hearing that the citizens of Yen City were attacking Yang Dingtian, they immediately retaliated. As a result, the entire Yen City was filled with conflict and blood was spilled everywhere. It could be said that more than half of the citizens of the western region believed in surrendering. The four major cities were Qin City, West Prefecture City, Yen City, and South Prefecture City. Apart from Qin City, almost all of them believed in surrendering. Even the vassals at the borders of Qin City started to waver. Originally, the total military strength of the western region was only 3 million. Now, almost half of them were ready to surrender. As a result, the entire western region was in chaos. If a war broke out, they would have already lost before the war even started. And this ideology of surrendering. A few days ago, it had reached its peak. Because the Zhongzhou army had started to gather. 8 million troops attacked the western region from 5 directions. The fighting spirit of the entire western region instantly collapsed. Today, hundreds of thousands of citizens of Yen City surrounded the Yen City Lord's Mansion, the temporary headquarters of the Council of Light. They wanted to stop the war, to disband the Council of Light, and to hand over the criminals of the Tiando League. More than 400 vassals entered the headquarters of the Council of Light under the gazes of hundreds of thousands of citizens and soldiers. They started to demand the release of Zhu Hongli, to stop the conflict with Zhongzhou, to stop the breakup of the Tiando League, to release Zhu Hongli, and to officially start negotiations. When Yang Dingtian arrived at Yen City, the surroundings of the city lord's mansion were filled with citizens and martial artists. Hundreds of vassals sat quietly in the main hall, demanding to stop the war and negotiate with Zhongzhou. More accurately, they demanded to surrender. Because even if they surrendered to Zhongzhou, Zhu Qingzhu would be finished, Song Shao would be finished, and Yang Dingtian would be finished. However, these vassals would not be finished. Just like in the Battle of Red Cliff, the Jiangdong family and generals could surrender to Cao Cao, but Sun Quan could not. It was the same in the western region. Song Shao, Qin Wanchou, and Cloud Sky City could not surrender, but the rest could surrender. Inside the city lord's mansion, all the important members of the Council of Light were present to discuss the crisis in front of them. Suppress. Song Chunhua said straightforwardly, kill all the traitorous vassals. Suppress. Song Shao said even more crazily, kill all those who are prepared to surrender. Madame Shiman represented Cloud Sky City. She did not say anything, but her eyes were red. She had already cried countless times. Even though she did not believe that Yang Dingtian was dead, she still cried countless times. Ning Ro represented Sky Phoenix Pavilion, but she could not speak either. Li Guinong was too weak, so he could not speak either. Instantly, everyone looked at Qin Wanchou. Yang Dingtian was not here, so Qin Wanchou had the highest position in the Council of Light. Qin Wanchou did not say anything, but he could only smile bitterly in his heart. Anyone in the western region could surrender, but Qin Wanchou could not. After Yang Dingtian was killed, he had become a thorn in Zhu Qingzhu's flesh. Kill those vassals. Qiu Wanjie said, the western region is finished before Zhongzhou's army arrives. How many people do we have to kill? Hundreds of vassals, tens of thousands of officers, and millions of soldiers? Those who have thoughts of surrendering must all be killed. At least half of the entire western region must be killed. Everyone looked at Qiu Wanjie with a strange gaze. Everyone knew that Qiu Wanjie was the only boss in the entire western region who could surrender. Everyone was well aware, but no one could shed all pretenses of cordiality. Qin Wanchou said to Qiu Wanjie, Junior brother Qiu, what's your opinion? Qiu Wanjie said, there's no way to fight. Our morale is completely low. The construction of the defensive line has also stopped. More than half of the soldiers are prepared to surrender. Yang Dingtian is already dead, so this Council of Light is considered dead in name. Under such circumstances, we still want to fight against Zhongzhou's 8 million soldiers? It is like striking a rock with an egg. So, let's negotiate. Invite young Master Zhu Hongli over and negotiate. Once Qiu Wanjie said that, Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, and the rest instantly glared at him. Qin Wanchou smiled faintly and said, sure, then invite young Master Zhu Hongli over. Zhu Hongli walked past the 400 dukes who were sitting quietly. The 400 dukes who surrendered all bowed and said, greetings to young Master Zhu. We wish young Master good health and good luck. There were even some who directly said, young Master Zhu, when will Zhongzhou's army arrive? We can also lead the way. Soon, soon. Zhu Hongli smiled and said, when the time comes, everyone here will be meritorious officials. Then, Zhu Hongli laughed loudly and entered the inner room. After entering the inner room, Zhu Hongli looked at Qin Wanchou, Song Chunhua, and the rest arrogantly. Qiu Wanjie expressed that he wanted to stop the war and negotiate peace. You want to stop the war and negotiate peace? Zhu Hongli smiled and said, first, disband this bullshit Council of Light. Qiu Wanjie said, now that the Council of Light is dead in name, it doesn't matter whether it is disbanded or not. Zhu Hongli said, hand over the main culprits who split the Tiando League and their accomplices, then we can negotiate peace. Qin Wanqiu said, may I ask who the main culprits are and who the accomplices are? Who do you want to hand over? The main culprits are Yang Dingtian, Zhu Hongli said, but that thing is already dead. Who are the accomplices, who are to be captured, and who are to be executed? We need the Tiando League's headquarters to make a decision. However, Yang Dingtian's wife, family members, and members of Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild cannot be redeemed. Also, Yang Dingtian's son of unknown origin. All of them must be escorted to Zhongzhou and thrown into the prison of the Tiando League's headquarters. Are these the prerequisites for negotiating peace? Qin Wanqiu asked. Yes, if you want to negotiate peace, you have to do two things first. First, publicly announce the disbandment of the Council of Light. Second, lock up Yang Dingtian's wife, Shimen Yanyan, Qin Mengli, and Qin Jiaojiao, cripple their martial arts, and escort them to Zhongzhou. All members of Cloud Sky City's Elders Guild will cripple their martial arts and escort them to Zhongzhou. After these two things are done, we will immediately enter the negotiation. The 8 million troops in Zhongzhou will also stop their advance. At this moment, as if in response to Zhu Hongli's words, the 400 feudal lords outside shouted loudly. Yang Dingtian is dead. Disbandment of the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian is dead. Disbandment of the Council of Light. Instantly, when the people outside heard this, they also joined in the commotion. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted at the same time. Yang Dingtian is dead. Disbandment of the Council of Light. The voices of hundreds of thousands of people resounded throughout the entire Iron Furnace City like a thunderstorm. Those who split the Tiando League deserve to die 10,000 times. Yang Dingtian deserves to die 10,000 times. Suddenly, a feudal lord raised his arm and shouted loudly. Then, a small number of feudal lords responded loudly. The people outside all followed suit and shouted loudly. Those who split the Tiando League deserve to die 10,000 times. Yang Dingtian deserves to die 10,000 times. Yang Dingtian is dead. Disbandment of the Council of Light. Hundreds of thousands of people were like one, their blood boiling as they raised their arms and shouted loudly. Caw! Suddenly, the long cry of the demon vulture king sounded in the air. Then, a golden light, under the illumination of the sun, approached from afar. Everyone was stunned and raised their heads to look. Suddenly, they were completely shocked. Was this a ghost? Was this a ghost? Wasn't Yang Dingtian already dead? How could he appear here? Wasn't he already dead? This person was, of course, Yang Dingtian. He did not directly appear in Yen City. Instead, he changed into a golden robe and rode on the demon vulture king. In front of countless people, he performed the return of the king. Yang Dingtian did not directly enter the main residence. Instead, he circled a few times above the people's heads. The light in his eyes was arrogant and cold. Without any words, only endless arrogance and disdain, he directly walked into the main hall of the main residence. At this time, the feudal lords who had surrendered were still raising their arms and shouting loudly. Yang Dingtian is dead. Disbandment of the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian slowly walked in and said, "Who said that I'm dead?" Suddenly, the defeated feudal lords inside were completely shocked as if they had been struck by lightning. All the voices were choked. Yang Dingtian slowly walked in front of the feudal lord who took the lead in shouting slogans and said faintly, "You want to surrender, you want to disband the Council of Light?" The feudal lord's face began to tremble, and he said in horror, "The Tiando League cannot be divided. Whoever splits is unredeemable. You want to die, don't drag others into the water." Yang Dingtian stepped forward, patted his head gently, and said, "What you said makes sense." Everyone was stunned. "But, it's meaningless." Yang Dingtian patted his head even more gently. Bang! The feudal lord's head, like a watermelon, suddenly exploded, and he died instantly. Everyone was suddenly shocked into silence. "Go to this feudal lord's house and exterminate the whole family. Kill all over the age of 16. Yang Dingtian said faintly. "Yes." Kuei Ning responded loudly from behind. A moment later, 500 devil dragon warriors and 300 devil vulture warriors headed west like lightning, razing this feudal lord's family to the ground. Yang Dingtian stepped into the inner room. Instantly, everyone was shocked speechless. Madame Shiman directly burst into tears. Song Chuanhua's beautiful eyes suddenly turned red. Even Qin Wancho's body trembled violently. Everyone in the radiant parliament felt their spirits jolt as they revealed boundless joy. Only Qiu Wanjie's expression became incomparably awkward and strange. Aren't you already dead?" Zhu Hongli pointed at Yang Dingtian as if he had seen a ghost and hissed. "Who said I'm dead? Who told you?" "Ning Wuming. Lingxi. You believe what he said?" Yang Dingtian said indifferently. "Humph. So what if I'm not dead?" A few days later, it's still a dead end. Zhu Hongli sneered and said, "Goodbye." After saying that, he hurriedly left. "Don't go yet," Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, Zhu Hongxue blocked Zhu Hongli like lightning. "I'm the envoy of the Central State. I represent the Black Sky sect and the headquarters of the Tiando League. What are you going to do to me?" Zhu Hongli said sternly. Yang Dingtian ignored Zhu Hongli and slowly walked in front of Qiu Wanjie. He frowned and said, "Owner Qiu, what do you want?" At first, Qiu Wanjie was still looking at Yang Dingtian, but then he slowly trembled and avoided his gaze. "Towards traitors, kill those who should be killed. Don't be soft-hearted." At this moment, Sky Phoenix Pavilion Master Duan Ruyan slowly walked in. "Pavilion Master Duan. Junior Sister Duan," everyone was pleasantly surprised. Qin Wancho's voice was trembling. He suddenly stood up and was about to welcome her. No one expected that not only did Yang Dingtian not die, he even saved Duan Ruyan. Instantly, the Council of Light had another great general. "Sect Master, I was wrong," Qiu Wanjie said with a trembling voice. "You were wrong. I forgive you this time. But if you want to atone for your sins, you have to prove your allegiance." Yang Dingtian pulled out his sword and handed it to Qiu Wanjie. "Take my sword and kill Zhu Hongli in front of all the surrendering vassals and citizens. Completely break off from your ideology of surrendering." Instantly, everyone was shocked. Zhu Hongli was Zhu Qingzhu's son. How could Yang Dingtian kill him just like that? Zhu Hongli hissed, "Yang Dingtian, you despicable dog, how dare you? I am the son of the Black Sky Sect Master. I represent the headquarters of the Tiando League." Yang Dingtian ignored him. He grabbed Zhu Hongli with one hand and Qiu Wanjie with the other and walked out. When they passed by more than 400 surrendering vassals, Yang Dingtian said, "All of you, come over too." Soon, all the higher-ups of the Council of Light and hundreds of surrendering vassals appeared in the public square of Yen City. They appeared in front of the hundreds of thousands of Yen City citizens. Instantly, the hundreds of thousands of citizens were completely silent as they looked up with trepidation. "Manor Lord Qiu, do it," Yang Dingtian said, "otherwise, you won't be able to pass this test today." Yang Dingtian pressed Zhu Hongli against the railing. Zhu Hongli trembled and hissed, "Who dares to kill me? Who dares to kill me? My father is Zhu Qingzhu. I represent the Black Sky sect. Whoever dares to kill me, I will kill his entire family." Zhu Hongli cursed crazily. "Yang Dingtian, I will kill your entire family." At this moment, Zhu Hongxue stepped forward and said, "Sect Master, let me do it." Yang Dingtian retreated. Zhu Hongxue pressed Zhu Hongli's neck against the railing and said to Qiu Wanjie, "Manor Lord Qiu, what are you waiting for?" Qiu Wanjie's body trembled slightly. He knew that if he slashed down, he would not rest until Zhu Qingzhu was dead. There would be no turning back. He closed his eyes for a moment before opening them abruptly. Ah! A loud roar. Qiu Wanjie slashed down. Ah! Zhu Hongli instantly peed and defecated. "Don't kill me." Before he could finish his sentence, his head flew out. In an instant, the hundreds of thousands of people were scared out of their wits. Qiu Wanjie, evil ways, and Zhu Qingzhu are irreconcilable. Long live the Council of Light. Long live Sect Master Yang Dingtian. After beheading Zhu Hongli, Qiu Wanjie screamed. Yang Dingtian said to the 400 vassals who surrendered, "It's your turn. Each of you, slash Zhu Hongli's corpse once. Either you slash it or you die." Instantly, the 400+ vassals' faces turned ashen as their bodies trembled. "There are so many of us. Yang Dingtian won't dare to kill us in front of everyone." A vassal shouted. Unfortunately, he didn't finish his sentence. Song Chunhua slashed fiercely with a sword, directly cleaving him into two halves. The 400+ vassals were shocked and almost peed their pants. However, they still didn't dare to go forward and slash Zhu Hongli's corpse. They didn't dare to offend the Black Heaven sect. "Kill!" Yang Dingtian ordered. Qin Huaiyu, Song Chunhua, and Duan Ruyan were like tigers released from their cages. Whoosh 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 whoosh, their swords were like shadows as they slaughtered crazily. In an instant, blood splattered and heads flew. In a short moment, dozens of vassals who surrendered were slaughtered. The remaining vassals were scared out of their wits. They didn't expect such a situation to happen. There was no room for words as they started killing. In an instant, these vassals pulled out their swords and rushed towards Zhu Hongli's corpse. They raised their swords and slashed wildly. As they slashed, they roared and released the fear in their hearts. Everyone had pledged their allegiance to Zhu Qingzhu and the evil Dao, completely severing their ties with him. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of people below were so scared that their bodies were trembling and cold. Who knew how many people peed and defecated? The entire square was filled with a stench. Yang Dingtian took a step forward and said, "I won't give you a speech or shout any slogans. I'll only say one thing. Whoever surrenders will die. It doesn't matter who he is or how many people he has. If 100,000 people want to surrender, I'll kill 100,000 people. If 1 million people want to surrender, I'll kill 1 million people. Even if it's only me and my sworn brothers who have to face the 8 million soldiers of the central region, I won't care." The square was completely silent. "Go back to your house. You can tremble or tremble, but you'd better shut up," Yang Dingtian shouted coldly. Then, he walked towards the main hall and said indifferently, "Chunhua, bring Lin Gu to a secret place. I want to see her." "Yes," Song Chunhua said. Chapter 541. Just like this, the internal strife that had been stirred up and was about to overturn the entire western region was directly suppressed by such a violent method. Countless vassals prostrated themselves on the ground just like that. Even though they had submitted out of fear and were not truly submitting, it didn't matter. It was fine as long as they didn't cause any trouble. In short, whoever showed their head would die. The hundreds of thousands of people gathered in the plaza were filled with terror, fear, and resentment. Then, they retreated in a sorry state. Following Zhu Hongli's decapitation and dismemberment, this calamity that was close to reaching the heavens calmed down. There was no civil war, no great riot. The price to pay for calming down was almost negligible. Zhu Qingzhu was a man of great talent and strategy, far surpassing Yang Dingtian. Why couldn't he calm down? Firstly, he didn't have a proper status. Secondly, he was thinking too much. Lastly, he was far from being as resolute as young Dingtian. He wanted a lot more. On the other hand, young Dingtian didn't want anything. He didn't want fame, wealth, power, land, or even his life. He was determined to fight to the death with evil ways. Whoever obstructed him would be killed. Because he only had one goal and one direction, doing things appeared simple and direct. This was something that Qin Wanqiu couldn't do. Yang Dingtian met Ling Wu in a small house. Because she had made contributions and had a goal, Ling Wu seemed to have changed into a different person. She was full of confidence and radiant. Moreover, she hadn't been out to sea for a long time. Without being exposed to the elements, she had become much fairer. "Why did you call me here?" "I still have a lot of things to do. I'm very busy." Ling Wu walked in and said impatiently to Yang Dingtian. Almost the entire western region knew about the news of Yang Dingtian's death that was spread out previously. Only the people on Inferno Island didn't know about it. This was because the entire Inferno Island was completely sealed off. The so-called news of Yang Dingtian's death couldn't be transmitted to the island at all. Therefore, Ling Wu didn't know about this matter at all. "What's wrong with Inferno City?" Ling Wu said. "Why is it so chaotic? Moreover, the ground is covered in blood. Why are there so many people?" "Nothing much. Someone wanted to surrender, but we suppressed them," Yang Dingtian said. "I've already said before that the people in the city are unreliable. The more prosperous the city is, the softer the bones of the people inside." Ling Wu said. "Say it. What's the matter?" "I'm still waiting to go back to work." "Come here." Yang Dingtian beckoned. Ling Wu's face flushed red, and she teased. "Sect Master, you wouldn't be planning something by calling me over from afar, right? I'm your subordinate, so don't harass me. You've been in contact with Wu Yuming before, right?" Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Ling Wu's expression changed. She raised her head and said, "Yes, what's wrong? Tell me the whole process. Don't leave out a single part," Yang Dingtian said. Ling Wu's beautiful eyes reddened as she said, "Yang Dingtian, what do you mean by this? Do you doubt me? There is no real relationship between the two of us. Putting aside the fact that there's nothing between Wu Yuming and me, even if there is, it's none of your business." Yang Dingtian said, "Tell me the whole process in detail, from the beginning to the end." He enunciated each and every word in a serious tone. Ling Wu's tears flowed out directly. She gritted her jade teeth and said, "I saved his life on Inferno Island. Just like you, I picked him up and brought him to the ship. What kind of danger did he encounter? Did he need you to save his life? What did his body look like at that time?" Yang Dingtian asked. His entire body was charred black, and there wasn't a single piece of intact flesh. He was neither human nor ghost. "I thought that he would definitely not be able to survive," Ling Wu said. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said, "and then?" Ling Wu said, "Then, I placed him on Inferno Island to recuperate for a few months. I soaked him in that barrel of medicinal liquid." "Which barrel of medicinal liquid?" Yang Dingtian asked. "It's that barrel of miraculous medicinal liquid that you used to cure my father," Ling Wu said. "Oh, it's that." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Continue." Later on, he slowly recovered. From being neither human nor ghost, he became an incomparably handsome figure. Ling Wu said, "After that, he left Inferno Island. However, to repay his kindness, he would board the ship to protect me every time I went out to sea. He went back and forth for more than 20,000 miles for more than 2 months. It was the same every time." "Did he touch your body? Or did he make you unconscious?" Yang Dingtian asked. Ling Wu looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief at once. Then, she suddenly stepped forward. Slap! She suddenly extended her hand and gave Yang Dingtian a slap. Yang Dingtian, you're despicable, you're shameless. Ling Wu cried out, what kind of person do you think I am? Not to mention that there's nothing between him and me, even if there's something between us, what does it have to do with you? Just answer me, Yang Dingtian said indifferently. You've really disappointed me. I'm really blind. Ling Wu pointed at Yang Dingtian and said word by word, from today onwards, there's no longer any connection between you and me. Just answer me, Yang Dingtian said again. No, he didn't even touch a finger of mine. Ling Wu said loudly, Big brother Wu Yuming is a gentleman, pure and flawless. Unlike you, when I threw myself at you previously, you said you didn't want me, but your body was already in a terrible state. Your eyes were also looking everywhere. He's different from you. He's a genuine gentleman who's as pure as water. When he spoke to me, he didn't even look sideways. When he interacted with me, it was like bathing in the spring breeze. Then, Ling Wu said angrily, he's a genuine gentleman, and you're just a hypocrite. After saying that, Ling Wu suddenly turned around and walked out. She sneered and said, Alright, you're done asking. I've also hit you. If you want to kill me, then do as you please. In any case, you're now the king of the entire western region. Killing me is like stepping on an ant. If you don't kill me, then I'll leave and leave your shadow forever. However, I want to tell you one last thing. Big brother Wu Yuming had once saved you, and it wasn't just once. I know. You've once knelt down and begged him, Yang Dingtian said. Ling Wu was immediately shocked and said in disbelief, You've once secretly boarded my ship and monitored me. That day when we were heading to the central region, Third Lady Gongsun and Wu Yuming were on your ship. That burly man was me. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, Of course, I accidentally boarded your ship and saw it. And that love-struck girl beside me at that time was the little princess of the Vulture Palace, Vulture. She's now Wu Yuming's wife. Ling Wu's delicate body trembled as she looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. She was almost speechless for a moment. She didn't know why she couldn't say anything. She obviously didn't do anything, but why did it seem like Yang Dingtian had caught her in the act? You were on the ship at that time. Why didn't you recognize me? Ling Wu asked. It wasn't convenient. Yang Dingtian said, because I was going to do something very secretive. However, you didn't recognize me, but Wu Yuming did. So what? What does it have to do with him? Ling Wu said. Yang Dingtian said, since he had never touched you before that, then what about the central region? Then what about after you arrived at the central state? Did you meet him? I have. Ling Wu said, and we even had a meal together. Just the two of you. Was Third Lady Gongsun beside you? Yang Dingtian asked. No, it was just the two of us, a single man and a single woman. Ling Wu said, however, he didn't even touch a finger of mine. When I was pouring wine for him, I accidentally touched his hand. Does that count? Was that the last time the two of you met? Yang Dingtian asked. 1.5 months ago, he had come to the northwest mainland and came to Fire Island to see me. Ling Wu said. That time should be when the Tiando League's investigation team was approaching Cloud Heaven City. Wu Yuming had come to the northwest mainland to handle some matters, and he even specially went to Fire Island to see Ling Wu. This was the last time you met him. He also didn't touch you? Yang Dingtian asked. We just walked a few steps by the seaside. I begged him to save you and help you again. Ling Wu sneered. He didn't touch me. Yang Dingtian immediately closed his eyes slowly. Planting the ghost soul bird was a very difficult process. There would definitely be a large amount of physical contact. This ghost soul bird was first raised in the caster's body. Then, it was forced into another person's body. Only then could the ghost soul bird be planted in the other person's body. According to what Ling Wu said, Wu Yuming had never touched her from the beginning to the end. It was impossible for him to plant the ghost soul bird. However, how did the ghost soul bird on Ling Wu's body come about? Other than the Vulture Palace, there was only Wu Maji, who was a spirit wizard in the world. However, this news was spread by Ling Shi. It was impossible for Wu Maji to plant the ghost soul bird. Did he really not make you faint? When you were with him, did you really not lose consciousness? Or did you have any gaps in your memory? Yang Dingtian asked. You have already started to disgust me. Ling Wu said word by word. Then, she turned around and walked out. Yang Dingtian, I'm completely withdrawing. I'm withdrawing from the entire western region. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Our submarine plan, kerosene plan, these top secrets have all been exposed. It's you, not us. Ling Wu said coldly. Then, she suddenly understood the seriousness of Yang Dingtian's words. Then, she hissed. Yang Dingtian, you suspect that I'm a traitor? You have the ghost soul bird in your body. Ling Shi from the Vulture Palace came to the northwest continent last time and summoned this ghost soul bird. The Vulture Palace knows all the secrets that you know. After that, Zhu Qingzhu also knows about it. Yang Dingtian said. All my secret weapons and trump cards have all been destroyed. Ling Wu's body started to tremble. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief and hissed. This has nothing to do with me. If I'm the one who betrayed you, I'll die a horrible death. I've said it very clearly. You're not the one who betrayed us. It's because the ghost soul bird has been planted in your body. I'm trying to determine if it was planted by Wu Yuming. Yang Dingtian said. Therefore, I've been asking you if Wu Yuming had any direct physical contact with you. Ling Wu's face instantly became incomparably ugly. So that was the case. She had always thought that Yang Dingtian was questioning her innocence. After the pain, Ling Wu gradually calmed down. The hatred in her eyes had already disappeared. However, her gaze was still ice-cold. She shook her head and said, No, he didn't touch me at all. He's a true gentleman. I don't believe that he would do such a thing. Yang Dingtian said. Think carefully from the beginning to the end. Who had touched your body for a long period of time? Especially your head. Ling Wu closed her eyes. Her body was still trembling slightly as she started to recall in her mind. After that, her delicate body suddenly trembled and she opened her eyes. Who? Yang Dingtian asked. Big Brother Wu's wife, Miss Vulture, said Ling Wu. Yang Dingtian's body immediately trembled. He looked at Ling Wu in disbelief and hissed. Are you sure? That's right. I'm sure. Ling Wu said. My body has never been touched by anyone. Miss Vulture is an exception. When was it? Where was it? Yang Dingtian asked. More than a month ago. At that time, the Council of Light had yet to be established. The sea region wasn't sealed off either. Our ships were still traveling between the central region and the western region. One day, Vulture suddenly came looking for me, said Ling Wu. She came looking for you. What's the matter? Yang Dingtian asked. She had once heard that Big Brother Wu Yuming had been protecting me on my ship for a long period of time. Therefore, she suspected that there was some private relationship between her and me. Therefore, she deliberately came over to inquire about it. Ling Wu said. She even straightforwardly said that she was very magnanimous. If Big Brother Wu and I really had feelings for each other, she didn't mind me becoming her sister. She also didn't mind me marrying Big Brother Wu Yuming. And then? Yang Dingtian asked. And then, she accompanied me to play for a day. That night, we slept in the same room and talked a lot. She was very pure and affectionate. I liked her very much. Ling Wu said. If it's true that I've been poisoned by a ghost bird, then she was the one who planted it. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's hands were slightly trembling. His limbs were ice cold. He didn't expect that this ghost bird was actually planted by Vulture. Vulture had planted a spy bird beside Yang Dingtian, causing all of Yang Dingtian's secret weapons to go down the drain. Just a little bit more and she would have caused Yang Dingtian to cause the entire western region to die without a burial ground. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt that it was somewhat difficult for him to breathe. Even though he and Vulture had drifted further and further apart, he still treated her as a little sister in his heart. He believed that although Wu Yoming's weight far exceeded his, Song Chunhua and the others in Vulture's heart. However, Yang Dingtian could understand. She was a 16 or 17-year-old girl after all. For the sake of her lover, she could even forsake her parents, let alone becoming sworn siblings. However, he had always believed that Vulture wouldn't harm him. In Vulture's heart, she still treated him as an older brother. Who would have thought that she was the one who planted this ghost bird? She had planted a spy beside him, practically pushing him into a hopeless situation. Could it be that a woman's heart was really like a needle at the bottom of the sea? After closing his eyes for a long time, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes again. He had regained his calmness. At once, he looked towards Ling Wu and said, "Ling Wu, I can see that you're living a very happy life during this period of time. You like this career, right?" Ling Wu said, "I do like it. However, it's more because I feel that I'm a useful person to you. I feel that I'm valuable." "What about now?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Are you still interested in submarines and torpedoes?" "I'm no longer interested." Ling Wu said bluntly. "You trust Wu Yuming a lot?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes." Ling Wu said bluntly. "I trust her completely." Yang Dingtian asked, "If Wu Yuming and I were to become enemies one day, whose side would you stand on? Who would you trust?" Chapter 542. Yang Dingtian, if one day, Wu Yuming and I become enemies, whose side will you stand on? Who will you trust? Ling Wu was silent for a moment before replying, "Yang Dingtian, if you want to ask me, between you and Wu Yuming, who do I love? Then I'll answer that the one I love is you. It's not because Wu Yuming isn't good enough. Instead, it's because he came later. Without hiding anything, I'll say that he's much more attractive than you. He's far more outstanding than you. However, you came earlier. Therefore, the one I love is you." Yang Dingtian didn't give any response. "However, if it wasn't for you, I might have fallen in love with him. After that, I'll agree to be Vulture's sister. You should know that I'm very brave." Ling Wu continued, "Even though Wu Yuming is as arrogant as a mountain, even though I can see it, I can't touch it." Yang Dingtian remained silent. "Yang Dingtian, I once felt that I wasn't good enough for you." Ling Wu continued, "However, that's completely because of your identity. The reason why I didn't go to Cloud Heaven City to look for you was because I didn't want to climb up the social ladder. I didn't want to appear to be so greedy for vanity. Do you know the difference between you and Wu Yuming? Your nobility needs to be demonstrated with your identity. As for Wu Yuming, even though he's wearing the clothes of a beggar, he's still like a crane among a flock of chickens when standing in a crowd. His nobility is innate. As for your nobility, it needs to be decorated." It was unknown if it was because Ling Wu felt that she had been hurt, but her words were as sharp as a knife. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to say that he had never been noble. He had always been ordinary. However, he didn't open his mouth. "All right, I'll answer your question now," Ling Wu continued. "You asked me, if you and Wu Yuming were to become enemies, whose side would I stand on? No, I won't stand on any side. I'll withdraw completely." Hearing her direct answer, Yang Dingtian nodded his head. "And you're asking me who I trust?" Ling Wu said, "That's right, I've loved you before. However, the time I spent with you is much shorter than Wu Yuming. Moreover, he was born with an aura that made people believe in him and admire him. Therefore, I should choose to trust him. Yang Dingtian, even if my battle with him is a battle between good and evil? You represent justice? Ling Wu asked. Of course, Yang Dingtian said. Who knows? Ling Wu said coldly, who was the one who conferred this justice? The people of the world, Yang Dingtian said. Then today, who was it that showed the butcher's knife to the people of the world? And who was it that tied the people of the western region of the world onto the war chariot? Ling Wu said coldly. Yang Dingtian remained silent. Ling Wu looked at Yang Dingtian and said with a solemn expression, Yang Dingtian, no one in this world is an idiot. When you had a battle with Ning Wuming and Qin Chichi, we believed in your justice. Even when you had a battle with Zhu Qingzhu, we still believed in your justice. Then, you had a battle with Wu Yuming. I just want to ask, how long are you going to use this memorial tablet of justice? Yang Dingtian's face instantly turned ghastly pale and his footsteps staggered. Ling Wu continued, when you fought for the position of Cloud Heaven City Lord, you represented justice. When you had a battle with Qin Chichi and Ning Wuming, you also represented justice. When you had a battle with Zhu Qingzhu, you still represented justice. Next, you had a battle with Ning Wuming, and you still had to represent justice. Why are you always the one who's righteous, and why are the others always evil? Yang Dingtian suddenly sat down on his seat. I only know that the first time you represented justice, you became the Lord of Cloud Heaven City. The second time you represented justice, you became the hero of the Western region. Then, you established the Council of Light and became the Lord of the Western region. Then, the third time you represented justice, if you were to obtain victory, wouldn't you become the Lord of the Central region? If the fourth time you represented justice and fought with Wu Yuming, then you would become the Lord of the world. Ling Wu sneered. Doesn't the so-called justice require sacrifice and dedication? Why are you the one who benefited the most from the beginning? If you want to fight for power, then fight for power. If you want to climb up, then climb up. Don't ever flaunt your justice. You can shout outside, but don't flaunt it in front of me. Don't brainwash me. My brain can still think independently. Yang Dingtian's face twitched and he slowly closed his eyes. Even though before today, I've fought and contributed to your cause, but before today, I've already given my all to you. That's because I loved you. It has nothing to do with justice. Ling Wu continued. However, if you had a battle with Wu Yuming, then I'm sorry, I only believe in my own eyes and brain. I only know that Wu Yuming was born noble and had no desires. You, on the other hand, have an incomparably strong desire to climb up. And a person with no desires is evil? I don't really believe it. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes. Yang Dingtian asked, then why do you think that he has no desires? He, a Grandmaster-level expert, possesses the noblest identity in this world. He can totally get whatever he wants. However, for a full 2 months, he had nothing to do every day. He followed me on the boat and protected my safety. Yet, he hardly spoke a word to me. His hand could wave millions of people to risk their lives for him. Yet, he was willing to sharpen a wooden stick in boredom on my boat. As for your hand, when you could wave 10,000 people, you desperately waved 100,000 people to risk their lives for you. Ling Wu said slowly. Yang Dingtian, I loved you. You've done a great favor for my family. However, don't treat me as a fool. You keep saying that the war with the Central region is for the sake of the people. Don't forget that I'm one of the people. The people don't want to die. They don't want to go to war. They want to live peacefully. Therefore, for your own ambition, don't hang the slogan of, for the sake of the people. Don't crown it in the name of justice. Ling Wu said indifferently. I've finished speaking. You can kill me or cut me up as you wish. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and waved his hand lightly. Ling Wu looked at Yang Dingtian's pained and weak face. Her gaze twitched slightly. After that, she clenched her teeth and left. All along, Yang Dingtian's body had suffered countless injuries. However, his heart and spirit had never been injured. Today, Ling Wu's words were like a sharp knife that fiercely pierced into his heart, causing him to be in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. Of course, this had nothing to do with Ling Wu's identity. When Ling Wu wanted to say that she loved him, she didn't seek his consent. When Ling Wu said that she wanted to hate him, she similarly didn't seek his consent. Why could Ling Wu's words hurt him? Because she represented the most ordinary people. Why were there hundreds of thousands of people gathered at the main residence, shouting that Yang Dingtian was dead and disbanding the Council of Light? Their thoughts were exactly the same as Ling Wu's. They wanted peace, didn't want war, and didn't want to become Yang Dingtian's cannon fodder. With regards to Yang Dingtian's death, these people were even in high spirits. When Qin Chi attacked Cloud Heaven City, they were undoubtedly on Yang Dingtian's side. Why? Because of Yang Dingtian's grassroots identity and also because of Yang Dingtian's legendary experience, they wanted to see a miracle play out once again. Of course, the most important reason was that they weren't the ones who died. The disaster befell Cloud Heaven City. And this time, the war between Yang Dingtian and Zhu Qingzhu had involved these people as well. Therefore, they stood on the opposite side of Yang Dingtian without hesitation because Yang Dingtian had affected their interests. Therefore, if Yang Dingtian was dead, they would be in high spirits because they didn't need to fight anymore. This was the common thought of the surrendering party. Just a moment ago, Yang Dingtian really wanted to roar at Ling Wu, "It's not you guys who have fucking risked your lives for me, but I'm the one who has fucking risked my life for you. If it wasn't for the fact that all of you wouldn't be reduced to pigs and dogs, if it wasn't for the fact that all of you wouldn't fall into hell. Why should I bleed and fight every day? I don't even have time to eat with my wife and son. I don't even have time to be intimate with them. I'm fucking doing it for you." However, he did not shout out loud. Because Ling Wu had said that she was a person with a brain. She knew how to think independently. Don't try to brainwash her. Just like that, Yang Dingtian lay on the chair with a cold body and did not move for a long time. Suddenly, she felt something soft behind her and the back of her head was hugged into a soft chest. Sect Master, getting angry at an ignorant person will never end. Song Chunhua said gently, "She doesn't have any ill intentions. It's just that she's standing too low, so she's looking too closely." Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and rested his head on Song Chunhua, gradually allowing himself to recover. Justice is a very extravagant thing. Therefore, it's not something that everyone is worthy of having. Nobility is similarly an even more extravagant thing. It's also not something that everyone is worthy of having. You're unable to control other people's morals, and you don't need to suffer for other people's wisdom. Song Chunhua said gently. She would never speak so harshly. However, because her heart ached for Yang Dingtian, she hated Ling Wu to the extreme at this moment. Therefore, she would speak such harsh and almost vicious words. However, she was a person of justice and nobility by nature. Therefore, even if her words were harsh and almost vicious, she would still be so gentle. Just like that, Song Chunhua quietly hugged Yang Dingtian in her embrace. After a long time, Yang Dingtian suddenly asked, "Chunhua, where's Master?" "He went to look for you." Song Chunhua said, "He doesn't believe that he's dead, so he went to look for you. Will there be any danger?" "No." Yang Dingtian said, "Although Green Master Zhu and Qin Wanshou's cultivation have surpassed Master's. However, if they wanted to make Master stay, it was probably only Wu Lingzi and Wu Yu who would personally take action. At the very least, these two people won't make a move for now." "How should we deal with Miao Wu?" Song Chunhua asked. "She didn't do anything wrong. There's no need to pay attention to her." Yang Dingtian said indifferently, however, because she knows too many things now, let her stay in the Ling residence and not come out. After the war ends, set her free. Yes. Song Chunhua said. Following that, Song Chunhua asked gently, Heavens, our submarine has been exposed. Our kerosene has also been exposed. Green Master Zhu definitely has a way to restrain it. Can we still win? We can win. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. N. Song Chunhua's beautiful face gently rubbed against Yang Dingtian's cheek as she said softly, Ling Wu's love for you is superficial and may change. However, my love for you is deep and will never change. I know. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he turned his face and searched for Song Chunhua's soft lips. Song Chunhua's beautiful cherry lips came forward. The two of them kissed gently and then let go. Then, she let go of Yang Dingtian and her face returned to its previous serious look. She said, Sect Master, what should we do next? Yang Dingtian said, the first thing is to implement a curfew in the entire western region. Also, let the citizens of Yen City evacuate immediately. They will be willing to do so because they are far away from the battlefield. Let the citizens of Cloud Sky City continue to build the defensive line, even if they might not need it. The second thing is to immediately reorganize the army. We don't need 3 million or 2 million soldiers. We need the most loyal warriors, warriors who are willing to fight for justice. We don't need those who are half-hearted and don't have a thorough understanding of justice. Let Tang Buizhao cultivate a portion of people and infiltrate them into the army. They will talk about ideals and justice. Let them understand that they are not fighting for me, Yang Dingtian. I don't want an inch of land or a city. The third thing is to pick out the most loyal soldiers. Immediately assemble them and start training on the ship. Prepare for war. Song Chunhua said, yes. Yang Dingtian asked, how's the progress of the submarine? How's the torpedo? How's the kerosene? Song Chunhua said, submarines, after the demonstration, are far more simple and crude than you imagined. It only has a large metal can with crystal power and a few launch tubes. The launch tubes don't even have water injection. They can only activate the torpedo's crystal power and launch automatically. Yang Dingtian said, it doesn't matter if it's simple. As long as it's sturdy, can move, and can launch. How many have been built? More than 560. Song Chunhua said. What about the torpedo? Yang Dingtian asked. The torpedo's accuracy is still a huge problem. After many improvements and experiments, it can only hit a huge target more than 500 feet within 9 miles. Song Chunhua said, but there are a lot of them. Tens of thousands. What about the kerosene? Yang Dingtian asked. More than 8 million caddies. Song Chunhua said, and 5 million caddies of it have been drilled into the metal can. It can be thrown at any time. Then, Song Chunhua said, Sect Master, hasn't our plan been seen through? That doesn't mean that the submarine torpedo is useless. Yang Dingtian said, especially the kerosene. I still find it hard to believe that Zhu Qingzhu has a way to break it. As long as the enemy knows about the submarine and torpedo, it's easy to break it. They just need to send tens of thousands of warriors into the sea and intercept the torpedo midway. Although they can't block all of them, they can block most of them. Our submarine torpedo tactic will fail. Song Chunhua said, but I really can't think of a way to break the kerosene tactic. Yes, it was hard to think of a way to break Yang Dingtian's kerosene tactic. What about the warships? Yang Dingtian asked, how many warships are there in total? More than 5,000 tons. Of course, in my words, that's more than 500 tons. More than 120, Song Chunhua said, and more than 40 of them are old ships that have been repaired or sunken. Yang Dingtian said, Then what about the warships that are more than 100 tons? Song Chunhua said, then there are more than 500 of them. Yang Dingtian frowned. Warships were different from Yang Dingtian's submarines. Warships needed to be equipped with cannons and stationed with soldiers, so they had high requirements for quality. It was very troublesome and slow to build. The submarines built by Fire Island were, as Song Chunhua said, extremely simple. They were powered by iron cans and crystals. Moreover, their tonnage was very small, so they could build more than 500 of them in a month. Moreover, these 500-plus submarines couldn't cruise long distances. It wasn't that they didn't have enough power, but that they couldn't cruise at the bottom of the sea for a long time. Therefore, they had to sail on the surface of the sea in the beginning. They would only sink when the battle was about to begin. In other words, Yang Dingtian's warships that could enter the sea, including the small boats, were only 500 plus. In total, there were more than 100,000 people on the warships. If the rest of the army wanted to board the warships, they could only take the small boats. However, small boats couldn't sail more than 10,000 miles. If they wanted to go, they could. These small boats needed to be towed by large crystal warships. Even so, Yang Dingtian's army that could enter the sea would not exceed 500,000. And the enemy's army was 8 million. How many warships would the enemy have in total? It would be more than 10,000. In other words, the contrast between the forces in this war was even greater than the war in Cloud Sky City. It was 20 to 1, or even 30 to 1. Alright, let's get ready to go to Fire Island. I will personally enter the submarine to see how simple and crude it is and how its combat power is, Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Song Chunhua said. An hour later, Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua rode the Demon Vulture King and flew towards Fire Island. Before reaching Fire Island, while flying high in the sky, Yang Dingtian suddenly saw a demon spirit ray getting closer and closer. On it sat a very familiar and beautiful figure. It was Vulture. Behind her, dozens of demon vulture warriors surrounded her tightly. Vulture, what is she doing here? Yang Dingtian's pupils shrank, while Song Chunhua's face turned cold. Seeing Yang Dingtian, Vulture suddenly shouted, Yang Dingtian, stop, I want to ask you something. Chapter 543. Speak. Yang Dingtian said. Did you kill my elder brother, Lingguo? Vulture asked seriously, if you still treat me as your sister, then tell me honestly, did you kill my brother? Was Ao Shuang the you that Vulture was referring to? Of course, she was the closest person to Yang Dingtian. However, Lingwu's death was undoubtedly an accident. Yang Dingtian spread his hands and did not answer directly. Instead, he smiled and said, the news of my death should have spread throughout Zhongzhou. Why are you still here? You're not dead yet. Vulture asked slowly, I'll ask you again, did you kill my brother, Lingwu? Answer me directly. I didn't kill him, but if he's dead, there must be a way for him to die. Yang Dingtian said slowly. Vulture looked at Yang Dingtian's face for a long time and said with a complicated gaze, Brother Yang Dingtian, you have a fanatical temperament and charm that makes people want to follow you. No matter if they're stronger than you or have a higher status than you, they can't help but worship you as their leader. I used to be like that too. My husband has never commented on anyone in this world, except you. Do you know what he said about you? I'd like to hear more. Yang Dingtian said. He said that Yang Dingtian is the most fanatical, righteous, and amazing person I've ever seen in this world. Vulture said slowly. He's too kind. Yang Dingtian said. Vulture continued, I'm not done yet. Then continue. Yang Dingtian said. My husband also said that Yang Dingtian is already possessed by the devil. When one's will is above everyone's will, then the more noble he is, the more dangerous he is. Every time he walks towards victory, he's one step closer to the abyss. And he wasn't the only one who fell into the abyss. Countless people fell into the abyss as well. Vulture said word by word, he said that you've already gone mad. Evil ways. You're going to take sides and attack those who don't. Unless everyone is on your side, you're going to take sides and attack those who don't. You've already gone mad. What else? Yang Dingtian asked. He said that what this world actually needs is not nobility and justice, but more moderation. So he's willing to be the lubricant to offset the disaster and pain you're bringing to the world, but he's having a harder time being that lubricant. Even if he tries his best, he won't be able to stop the disaster from happening. Vulture asked, how many people will die in this war in the Central Plains? What right do you have to let them die? Brother Yang Dingtian, I used to be your believer. I used to be hot-blooded. Even though I said that I didn't care about justice, I also had the impulse to shed my blood for the Tiando League. I was a little afraid of this. Vulture said slowly, and at this time, my husband appeared. He was like a cool breeze that blew away the heat in my heart and calmed me down. Do you know why I didn't rush back during the war in Cloud Sky City? Because my husband told me that he wouldn't stop me, but as my husband, he begged me to observe for a few months. If I still wanted to return to your identity, he would send me back. Thank you, my husband. During that period of time, he was always by my side. He calmed me down amidst the painful choice and torment. Moreover, I calmed down blissfully. Now that I've calmed down, I can see that you're possessed by the devil and that you're going mad. In the past, I didn't dare to see you because I didn't go through life and death with you. So I felt guilty and tried my best to make up for it. Thank you, my husband. When I wanted to make up for it, I was insulted time and time again by him. Making him, the originally high and mighty bright moon, have to bend down and haggle with the ordinary people. Yang Dingtian once said that a person who felt guilty for doing something wrong was the scariest person. Because, in order to not feel guilty, this person would desperately tell herself that what she did was not wrong. She would desperately attack and deny the person who made her feel guilty. So, when a person did something wrong to another person, even if the other person forgave her generously, it was useless. This person would use a cruel method to make up for her lack of morals. That was to deny the other person completely and hurt the other person. Because this was the only way she could feel at ease. However, these words could not be said to Vulture by Yang Dingtian. She was only 16 years old. Brother Yang Dingtian, I'm very glad that I've calmed down. I'm also very grateful to my husband for his gentleness and tolerance. He let me calm down and get me back on the right track. I won't continue to be fanatical and fall into the abyss with you. I'll even fall into the abyss with the Vulture Palace. Now I even understand why my great-grandfather treated you so coldly. Vulture smiled gently at Yang Dingtian. She took off her ring of protection and said, this is the last time I call you Brother Yang Dingtian. I'll return this ring to you. Yang Dingtian took the ring of protection. Finally, I'll say something for my husband. Yang Dingtian, you should stop before going too far. This time, all your secret weapons have been destroyed. You no longer have any hope of victory. In that case, you can negotiate with the central region and stop this massacre. Vulture said, Yang Dingtian, you know that I don't care about the life and death of these people. However, my husband just has to be so compassionate. So, before I leave, I'll pass on a message to you. Enough people have died. How many more people do you want to let die for a war that has no hope of victory? Stop before going too far. We'll still protect you and your wife. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but laugh at this moment. So, you planted the ghost bird spirit in Lingwu for my own good? Vulture's complexion suddenly changed. An incomparably complicated radiance appeared in her eyes. Then, she quickly made her face turn cold and said, that's right. No matter what my original intention was, perhaps it was to let you stay one step away from the abyss in the end. Perhaps it was to let millions or tens of millions of people die in the western region. In short, I have a clear conscience. What a good, clear conscience. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's admiration for Wu Yuming was really as high as a mountain. It didn't matter how strong a person's martial arts was. What was powerful was that it could directly change a person's state of mind and even change a person's view of the world. Many thanks for your and your husband's advice. Yang Dingtian said, however, it's already too late. I've already chopped off Zhu Hongli's head. Vulture slightly trembled and said in a hoarse voice, Yang Dingtian, you've indeed gone mad to the point that you can't be saved. Even if you know that there's no hope of victory, you still want to drag countless people to their deaths. Zhu Hongxue is Zhu Hongli's elder brother. You still killed Zhu Hongli in front of him. You're not putting righteousness before family. You're destroying human relations. Speak your unspoken words, Yang Dingtian said. Since you've already lost your mind and want countless people to die for a war that's destined to fail, then we'll tell you directly. For the sake of my husband's compassion, for the sake of saving millions of people from dying. Our vulture sect may have no choice but to make a relevant response to prevent this tragedy from happening. Vulture said. In other words, you're no longer neutral. Yang Dingtian said. I don't know. I can't make any guarantees, Vulture said. If it were just me, I would completely stand on your side. No matter how many people die. But my husband isn't willing. He'll do his best to save everyone in the western region. Yang Dingtian already felt an extremely dangerous aura. Previously, when Wu Yuming was still calm and collected, this dangerous aura hadn't reached its peak yet. And when he displayed the noble aura of bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, this extremely dangerous aura suddenly erupted. All right, I'm leaving, Vulture said, even though I don't owe you anything anymore, and even though you killed my brother, I still have to say this. However, I still have to say something. When you are destroyed, my husband's netherworld sea will still accept you and your wife's refuge. In fact, that includes your mother-in-law Shimen. After saying this, Vulture turned around and flew into the distance. Yang Dingtian clenched his fists tightly. Vulture's last sentence had almost revealed the most vicious conjecture in his heart. When a person suspected another person, they would speculate that the other person's malice to the extreme. From today onwards, from this moment onwards, Yang Dingtian and the others would no longer have this sworn sister. They would completely cut off all ties. But at this moment, cutting off all ties with Vulture was a small matter. The big matter was that the Vulture sect was already prepared to enter the game. So what were they going to do? Vulture had already released the malice of the Vulture Palace. The key point now was, what would the Vulture sect do? Yang Dingtian didn't have time to look at the submarines and torpedoes. He directly gathered everyone in the Council of Light and informed them of the Vulture's attitude. In short, the Vulture sect will take action this time. But the key point is, how will they do it? Yang Dingtian asked, think about it, what will the Vulture sect do? Will they directly participate in the war? Qin Huayu asked. No. Qin Wanqiu said, this war belongs to Zhu Qingzhu. The Vulture sect doesn't even care about Zhu Qingzhu. How can they play a supporting role? That's right, so they will definitely cooperate. They will use a small amount of force to change the war situation, Song Chunhua said. Then what is the key point of the war situation? Yang Dingtian said, our submarine tactics and kerosene tactics have already been exposed. Once the submarine tactics are exposed, they will be easily broken. And the Demon Vulture Army's kerosene tactic is very difficult to break. I can't even think of a way to break it. Everyone nodded. Yang Dingtian had already harvested 4 million kilograms of kerosene, and it was still increasing. When the war started, it was likely to double. So when the time came, it might be close to 10,000 tons of kerosene. These kerosene bombs would be placed on the big ships at the back, and then the demon vulture army would be like fighter jets, dropping the bombs back and forth from the sky. This was the most primitive aircraft carrier battle group. This kind of tactic was almost unsolvable for Zhu Qingzhu. Because even if the kerosene was shattered and detonated in the sky, it would still float above their heads and burn everything. Yang Dingtian asked many people if there was a way to break the kerosene bomb tactic. In the end, there was no way. Everyone said that there was no way to break it, unless the entire Central State Fleet dived into the sea. But the Central State Fleet had millions of troops. It was a dream to dive into the sea. Yes, the key to the war situation is our kerosene tactic. Song Chunhua said, if Zhu Qingzhu can't break our kerosene tactic, he will definitely pay a huge price in exchange for the support of the Vulture sect. Then, does the Vulture sect have a way to break the kerosene tactic? Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. The Vulture sect was too mysterious. They were completely isolated from the world and couldn't be understood. The Vulture sect has a way to break the kerosene tactic. Yang Dingtian said. What way? Song Chunhua asked. Directly kill the entire demon vulture army. Yang Dingtian said, they have an air force that is not inferior to the demon vulture army, called the Black Vulture. Their size may not be as big as the demon vulture army, but their flying speed and fighting quality are not inferior to the demon vulture army. More importantly, their numbers may be in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. Destroying the demon vulture army is easy. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. Kuei Ning said, Is this possible? It is already very difficult for our earth-splitting city to raise 3,000 demon vultures. Vulture Palace can raise tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. The Vulture sect feeds the black vultures with the savages of the southern barbarian continent. Every year, the black vultures eat millions of savages. Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed. In fact, when Vulture said that Wu Yuming was compassionate and would save as many people as he could, Wu Yuming's expression changed. Yang Dingtian wanted to reply, then why didn't he save the savages of the southern barbarian continent first? Every year, millions of people died to feed the black vultures. Wasn't that more cruel? But in the end, he did not reply. If he did, he would fall into the style of arguing with a little girl. Perhaps in the eyes of the Vulture sect, the savages of the southern barbarian continent were not humans at all, but animals. But in this case, it would be considered as directly participating in the war. Song Chunhua asked. Yang Dingtian said, the Vulture sect can borrow troops. They can lend 3,000 black vultures to Zhu Qingzhu, and let the Golden Eagle warriors ride the black vultures to fight. At that time, the Vulture sect can still stay out of the war. Kuei Ning said, Sect Master, who will win a battle between 1,000 demon vultures and 3,000 black vultures? Yang Dingtian said, I don't know, but I have seen the black vultures. Their fierce temperament is unforgettable. They are as fast as the demon vultures, and as hard as steel. Most importantly, they are even more vicious. Kuei Ning said, we can't just sit here and wait for death. I will go back to the earth-splitting city to ask for reinforcements. If 1,000 demon vultures are not enough, we will send 2,000, 3,000. Even if we have to bring back all the demon vultures, even if there is not a single earth-splitting city left, we must win this war. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes for a moment. It could be said that, even if it was just a few million Zhongzhou navy, Yang Dingtian already had a way to win. But if the Vulture sect lent Zhu Qingzhu 10,000 black vultures, it would be a nightmare for the western region. Yang Dingtian felt good when he attacked others, but once he was attacked by others, it would be very miserable. The black vultures could also fly at a height of 10,000 meters, and Xiao Xiao could not reach them in the sea. After an hour, young Dingtian and Kuei Ning rode on the demon vultures and rushed to the earth-splitting city at the fastest speed to ask for more demon vultures. On the way to the earth-splitting city, Kuei Ning suddenly said, "Sect Master, now the demon vultures are actually under my aunt's command, so whether we can get reinforcements or not depends on my aunt Kuei Qing." And young Dingtian said, "I believe in Miss Kuei Qing's wisdom." Kuei Ning's expression suddenly became strange and said, "My mother once wrote me a letter, asking me to probe your intentions." Seeing Kuei Ning's strange expression, young Dingtian asked, "What intentions?" "You also know that my aunt is already 30 years old, but she still lives alone." Kuei Ning said, "Then, my mother always wanted her to find a man, but my aunt did not like anyone and was not willing to marry. So my mother had a crazy idea, that is to ask you to give Aunt Kuei Qing a child." "Ah!" Young Dingtian exclaimed and almost fell into the sea. Madame Kuei Si did this kind of thing for her aunt? This is too absurd and bizarre, isn't it? Seeing young Dingtian's reaction, Kuei Ning said, "I also feel that it is absurd, so I did not pay attention to my mother's letter. But my mother said that Aunt Kuei Qing seems to have a good impression of you, and was not very resistant to this suggestion. So this time, it is rare for us to come to the earth-splitting city, why don't you consider?" I also do not want to see Aunt Kuei Qing alone." Young Dingtian was completely speechless. You are disrespecting your aunt the most." "That's true." Kuei Ning said, "Why don't you just directly marry my earth-splitting city, and marry Aunt Kuei Qing as well, then borrowing troops will be more justified." Young Dingtian's heart suddenly trembled. Chapter 544. 12 hours later, young Dingtian arrived at the earth-splitting city. At this moment, the coastline of the earth-splitting city was filled with all kinds of cannons. These things gave the earth-splitting city a huge sense of security. Moreover, the earth-splitting city had once held a drill and invited many forces from the Central Plains to participate. Hundreds of ships acted as the enemy and prepared to land on the earth-splitting city. Then, thousands of cannons on the coastline fired at the same time. Although the distance was not long enough and the shots were not accurate enough. But after an hour, these hundreds of ships were still turned into a pile of debris. The cannons that young Dingtian gave to the earth-splitting city were just for show. They were almost like iron buckets and there were very few cannons. However, it was enough to shift the forces of Zhu Qingzhu's army to the western world and temporarily not attack the earth-splitting city. At the border between the earth-splitting city and the Cloud Sky Pavilion, young Dingtian sent more than 1,000 demon dragon warriors. It was enough to defend against the attacks from the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Because if the Cloud Sky Pavilion attacked, it could only be the Demon Lion army. Although the Demon Lion army of the Cloud Sky Pavilion was very powerful and could walk on the mountain peak like it was flat ground, it was still not the Demon Dragon army's match. Yang Dingtian's two actions had basically allowed Earthfisher City to sit back and relax. They could now wholeheartedly attack the Central Continent's army in the Western world. This time, young Dingtian landed in the earth-splitting city and received an even more enthusiastic welcome. 1,000 Demon Eagle army soldiers lined up in the air to welcome him. After landing, the entire coastline fired cannons to greet young Dingtian, their closest ally, the highest greeting. Not only that, all the members of the earth-splitting city's elder guild and even Kuei Si's wife came to welcome him personally. The scene was so grand that young Dingtian was completely overwhelmed. Then, amidst the cheers of the crowd, young Dingtian sat on the Demon Eagle King and flew into the earth-splitting city's main castle accompanied by Kuei Si's wife and many elders. However, the Demon Eagle army's commander, Kuei Qing, did not appear throughout the entire process. Young Dingtian could not help but think of the words that Kuei Ning said on the sea surface. His heart, could it be that it was complete? Otherwise, as the commander of the Demon Eagle army, Kuei Qing would definitely appear. Arriving at the earth-splitting city lord's castle, young Dingtian had yet to open his mouth to discuss matters when he received an incomparably warm and grand reception. Every elder in the earth-splitting city gave young Dingtian the highest respect and gratitude. Countless people toasted young Dingtian. Countless delicacies were served like flowing water. Almost everyone was smiling from ear to ear. Even though young Dingtian was a 4-star level 9 grandmaster, he could not help but feel a little tipsy at this moment. When the banquet was at its climax, young Dingtian could not help but ask, why don't I see Commander Kuei Qing? Madame Kuei said, ignore her. She's just like that. Young Dingtian, Madam, elders. Young Dingtian is here because he has something to ask of you. The great elder of the earth-shattering city said, you and I are one family, there's no need to talk about requests. If City Lord Yang has anything to say, feel free to tell me. Young Dingtian smiled and said, because of certain reasons, the Vulture sect is no longer neutral and has already interfered in the battle between us and Zhu Qingzhu. Therefore, it's very likely that they will send out the Vulture sect's Black Eagle army. In order to defend against the possible Black Eagle army, I want to borrow another 1,500 Demon Eagle army from the earth-splitting city. Yang Dingtian was very straightforward. Ha ha ha. The great elder laughed and said, a mere 1,500 Demon Eagle army is nothing compared to City Lord Yang's 5,000 cannons and Demon Dragon army. Not to mention 1,500, even if you borrow the remaining 2,000 Demon Eagle army, it's not a problem. Immediately, Yang Dingtian and Kuei Ning were overjoyed, and the worries in their hearts were relieved. However, City Lord Yang, you don't need these 1,500 Demon Eagle army anymore. The great elder of the earth-splitting city laughed. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled slightly, but he still smiled and said, oh? Why is that? The great elder of the earth-splitting city said, 4 hours ago, young Lord Wu Yuming came to the earth-splitting city and agreed to stop the war between you and Zhu Qingzhu. He is also willing to mediate between us and Zhu Qingzhu. Therefore, there is no need to fight the war. To the peace that is about to come, how about we drink a toast? Yang Dingtian's expression changed drastically. No wonder Yang Dingtian was treated so grandly. It was because of a guilty conscience. The great elder raised the wine cup in his hand high and looked at young Dingtian, who had no reaction at all. He suddenly felt awkward and raised his cup to the other elders. To the peace, cheers. Immediately, the elders raised their cups and saluted. Yang Dingtian still held the wine cup in his hand, but Kuei Ning had already fiercely slammed the cup down. She looked at her mother and said coldly, Mother, is this also your intention? Where is Aunt? Madame Kuei whispered to Yang Dingtian, City Lord Yang, please come with me. We can talk in private. Inside the room, there were only Yang Dingtian and Madame Kuei. Suddenly, Madame Kuei knelt down and sobbed, City Lord Yang, please save my husband. Yang Dingtian hurried forward and helped her up, Madam, you are my elder, please don't do this. I already know where City Lord Kuei Si is, and I will do my best. Madame Kuei sobbed, not long ago, Wu Yuming came to visit. He said he didn't want to see millions of casualties and blood flowing into the sea. Therefore, he wanted to mediate the war between the western regions and Zhu Qingzhu, and also mediate the conflict between Earth-splitting city and Zhu Qingzhu. What did he say? Yang Dingtian asked. He said that the matter of Kuei Qing killing Zhu Qingzhu's illegitimate son will be written off. Zhu Qingzhu can announce to the Tiando League headquarters that he will not pursue any responsibility for Earth-splitting city and will not attack Earth-splitting city. Madame Kuei continued, furthermore, he promised that as long as you are willing to negotiate with Zhu Qingzhu, he can force Zhu Qingzhu to give up on attacking the western regions. Yang Dingtian asked, what are the terms of the negotiation? Dissolve the Council of Light and admit the illegality of the Tiando League, Madame Kuei said. Young Lord Wu Yuming said that these are Zhu Qingzhu's terms, not his. Yang Dingtian clenched his fists behind his back. City Lord Yang, isn't this what you want? Madame Kuei said, your original intention of establishing the Council of Light was to unify the western regions and save Earth-splitting City and Sky Cloud Pavilion in the name of justice. Now that there is no need for war, your goals have been achieved. That's right, after winning the war at Sky Cloud City, Yang Dingtian had set his sights on Central State. Because Zhu Qingzhu wanted to sweep through Earth-splitting City and Sky Cloud Pavilion, completely unifying Central State. Yang Dingtian was indebted to Earth-splitting City's Kuei Si, so Yang Dingtian could not sit by and do nothing. However, Cloud Sky City alone was not enough to save Earth-splitting City and Kuei Si. Moreover, they lacked sufficient status. Therefore, Yang Dingtian unified the western regions and established the Council of Light. Now, according to Madame Kuei, everything was indeed the best situation. Now that the western regions had been unified, Zhu Qingzhu would no longer attack Earth-splitting City and Sky Cloud Pavilion. However, how could things be so simple? Right now, Yang Dingtian was finally convinced and had witnessed Ning Wuming's words. Ning Wuming had said that Yang Dingtian's victory over Qin Chichi and him was not necessarily a good thing. This way, Yang Dingtian would be able to avoid an even more terrifying enemy. Moreover, this enemy's methods were not purely evil. This person's methods were definitely mysterious and unfathomable, and extremely terrifying. The form of the battle would also become incomparably complicated. Now, Yang Dingtian could already feel this point with incomparable clarity. Wu Yuming had already hit Yang Dingtian's vital point countless times. Almost every time, she had hit his vital point. In Vulture Sect, he had snatched the little princess's heart away from Vulture. In Sky Cloud Pavilion, he had stopped Sky Cloud Pavilion from joining the Council of Light, causing Yang Dingtian to lose his most powerful navy. Then, through Vulture, he had planted the spirit ghost bird into Ling Wu's body, causing Yang Dingtian's submarine and kerosene tactics to be completely exposed. Now, he had come to Earth-splitting City and was going to cause Yang Dingtian to lose his most important ally, Earth-splitting City. It could be said that every time he made a move, it was as light as a feather. He did not kill a single person. He only said a few words and gently lifted his finger. Just like that, he had ruthlessly hit Yang Dingtian's vital point, causing pain to seep into his bones. He had never fought Yang Dingtian head-on before, yet he had almost caused Yang Dingtian to fall into a desperate situation. He had never fought Yang Dingtian head-on before, yet Yang Dingtian had never won a single time. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that he had a very dignified reason to fight Yang Dingtian head-on. He had let everyone see his light, righteousness, and compassion. It was as if Yang Dingtian was the one who had sinned to the core. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said, Madame Zhu, the arrow has already been knocked on the bow. It has no choice but to fire. Madame Kuei Si said, but this is a war that is destined to have no hope of victory. Your submarine and kerosene tactics have already been exposed. Zhu Qingzhu's strength is dozens of times more than yours. A young master from Vulture Sect had died in your hands. This has infuriated Vulture Sect, and they are already prepared to intervene in the war. Once Vulture Sect sends out their Black Vulture Army, Earthfisher City's Demon Vulture Army of 3,000 will definitely be annihilated. Following that, Madame Kuei Si spoke hesitantly, also, the 5,000 cannons you sent over were just for show, to intimidate Zhu Qingzhu. They already know about it. Yang Dingtian asked slowly, Madame Kuei, do you believe Wu Yoming's words? Madame Kuei Si did not speak. She said slowly, City Lord Yang, if it is because of this, we will not change our mind. The most important thing is that young Master Wu Yuming said that he has already found out my husband's whereabouts and is doing his best to rescue him. He said that no matter what Earthfisher City says, he will rescue Kuei Si. However, if Earthfisher City can reach an agreement with Zhu Qingzhu, then they can release Kuei Si within half a month. Yang Dingtian let out a sigh. So, this was the trump card. However, Kuei Si was originally in Vulture Palace's hands. How could he rescue her? However, it was clear that this was a condition. Previously, Yang Dingtian had asked everyone how Zhu Qingzhu would break the fire oil tactic. Yang Dingtian said that Vulture sect would borrow the Black Vulture army to destroy the Demon Vulture army. Now, it seemed that Yang Dingtian had greatly underestimated the Vulture sect and Wu Yuming. They were not willing to give up their status at all. They were not even willing to borrow troops and directly mediate it from above. The other party's methods were completely like hanging antelopes by their horns, untraceable. Kuei Si was Earthfisher City's biggest weakness. Once they used this trump card, they were not afraid that Earthfisher City would not submit. I know about this matter. May I ask how long has Wu Yuming left and where did he go? Yang Dingtian asked. He left for Cloud Sky Pavilion for 4 hours. Madame Kuei said. Got it. Yang Dingtian then said, goodbye. An hour later, Yang Dingtian and Kuei Ning sat on the flying demon eagle and flew directly to Cloud Sky Pavilion. As Yun Kailan's previous arrogance had dissipated, Yang Dingtian no longer cared about Cloud Sky Pavilion's ban. He did not take a detour and flew directly from the border. 4 hours later. The two of them flew for 4,000 miles and crossed the border between Cloud Sky Pavilion and Earthfisher City. They entered Cloud Sky Pavilion's territory at an altitude of over 10,000 meters. Entering Cloud Sky Plateau again, the scenery here was still magnificent and beautiful. High mountains and steep ridges, white snow. However, Yang Dingtian was not in the mood to appreciate it. Soon, the White Crane cavalry of Cloud Sky Pavilion stopped and looked at Yang Dingtian and Kuei Ning in the sky. They were incomparably angry but could not do anything. They could only watch from below and surround them. After another 4 hours, Yang Dingtian and Kuei Ning's flying demon eagle mounts landed on Cloud Sky Pavilion of Great Snow Mountain. Yang Dingtian saw Yun Zhenu again, this contradictory woman. Her temperament was as indifferent as dust. Her appearance was as beautiful as peaches and plums. Her figure was curvy in the front and perky behind. City Governor Yang, are you openly trampling on the dignity of Cloud Sky Pavilion? Yun Zhenu asked coldly. Where is Wu Yuming? Yang Dingtian asked. Yun Zhenu's face turned cold and said, she is inside, talking to my master. You wait here. When they are done, I will go in and report. There is no need. Yang Dingtian said calmly and walked into the main hall at the peak of the mountain. He pushed the door open. How dare you? Yun Zhenu was furious and rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Yang Dingtian swung his arm. Boom. Instantly, a storm swept out and pushed Yun Zhenu dozens of meters away. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly stepped forward and pushed the door open with his palm. City Governor Yang Dingtian, do you know what education is? Yun Kailan said coldly, I feel guilty towards you, but I don't owe you anything. Don't try to teach you on behalf of your parents. Yang Dingtian didn't bother about Yun Kailan. Instead, he spoke to Wu Yuming below. I came to the Cloud Sky Pavilion not to talk to Lord Kailan, but to pursue young Lord Wu Yuming. Brother Yuming, let's talk. Wu Yuming said to Yang Dingtian, I came to Cloud Sky Pavilion for no other reason than to tell Master Kailan the good news about City Governor Kuei Si. After that, I plan to go to the west to talk to you. Now that you are here, let's talk. Then, please. Yang Dingtian said. Please. Wu Yuming stood up. His handsome face still had a gentle smile on it and his robe was still spotless. That's right, it was a cloth robe and not silk. There were no luxurious decorations on his body. And his face, his temperament, was the best decoration. The two of them walked out of the main hall and slowly walked away. They walked on the mountain path and stepped on the white snow. Yang Dingtian's foot landed on the ground, dirtying the snow and creating a deep pit. On the other hand, Wu Yuming walked on the snow without a single trace. The two of them walked side by side and their postures were completely different. One was like an ordinary person, while the other was like a fairy. When they walked on the steep path, one of them was a grandmaster, but his steps were still like a woodcutter's. He instinctively bent his back and lifted his feet. The other was like a breeze. Even if it was a steep cliff, he would still be able to pass through it like water. Yun Zhenwu was a few miles away. When he saw the two of them, they had already become two black dots. However, he could still feel that their auras were like heaven and earth. Yun Zhenwu sighed softly and shook his head. He frowned and swept away the dirty snow that Yang Dingtian had stepped on. This was the first real battle between Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming. Even though it was just a battle of words. Of course, it was only a battle of words. In terms of cultivation, the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. However, when facing Wu Yuming, even if it was just a battle of words, it was still a battle of words. Yang Dingtian had fought Wu Yuming indirectly before and had never won. He had always been hit by Wu Yuming's attacks and each time it was almost fatal. Then this time, it was a direct battle. The two of them walked slowly in the snow. They had already walked for dozens of miles. Almost 2 hours had passed and neither of them spoke. "Brother Yuming, what do you want?" Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Yes, what did Wu Yuming want? Chapter 545. What do I want? What do you think? Wu Yuming asked. It can't be that you want peace in the world, less deaths, less bloodshed, right? Yang Dingtian said. Wu Yuming smiled faintly, then gently opened his palm. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's treasured sword flew directly into his hand. He gently stroked the soul sword that was close to the emperor grade. It had a color that was close to fire and gold. He slowly said, "It's really a good sword. Perhaps it's the best sword in the world." Then, as if he did not know martial arts, Wu Yuming gently waved Yang Dingtian's sword in the snow. Suddenly, the sword was like a flame, making Wu Yuming even more handsome. White like snow, red like fire. It looked as if Wu Yuming was the owner of this sword. Yang Dingtian, you are bright and sharp, just like this sword. Wu Yuming slowly said, then what about me? What do you think I look like? The wind in this mountain can't be seen through or touched, but it's everywhere. It can be incomparably gentle, and incomparably sharp. Yang Dingtian said. That's a bit interesting. Wu Yuming said, but what you're saying is too strange. What am I? I'm the person you're looking at now, a person who holds a sword. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart was furious, and he felt incomparably humiliated. He compared Yang Dingtian to a sharp sword, and then compared himself to the person who held the sword. Although there were no profanities in his words, it was the greatest trampling on people. To put it bluntly, you're just a tool. Hee hee. Yang Dingtian laughed coldly and said, you mean, I'm the sword in your hand? No, you're just one of the swords. Wu Yuming said indifferently. With a light toss, Yang Dingtian's soul sword flew back into Yang Dingtian's scabbard. This near emperor grade soul sword was a priceless treasure. Everyone coveted it, but Wu Yuming didn't care at all. She threw it back to Yang Dingtian. Then, he broke a branch from the side. Like a person who did not know martial arts, he gently waved the withered branch. Suddenly, this withered branch seemed to have become a divine weapon. In his hand, the withered branch seemed to have sword intent and poetic sentiments. Look, your near emperor level soul sword in my hand is no different from this withered branch, Wu Yuming said. This sentence was an even greater trampling. Yang Dingtian did not answer. He had asked Wu Yuming what she wanted, and now he did not expect to get an answer. Yang Dingtian, we are now standing at the peak of the mountain. Can you see far enough? Wu Yuming asked. It is far enough, Yang Dingtian said. But, why do I feel that you are not by my side? I am the only one on the mountain peak. Wu Yuming said, you are clearly standing by my side, but I feel like you are standing at the foot of the mountain. You can't see anything. You can only see a place as big as my palm. Wu Yuming continued, because the view is different, there is really nothing to talk about between us. When you are about the same height as me, you are welcome to chat with me. Now that we are not familiar with each other, let's not talk nonsense. Okay, it is time to go back. Let's talk about business. We will talk as we walk. Then, Wu Yuming walked back to the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Kuei Ning should not know that Qin Ji killed his wife, Nangang Xiuxiu. Wu Yuming said. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. In a while, Earth-splitting city should ask you for the 1,000 Demon Eagle army. You can return it, Wu Yuming said. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Wu Yuming was stunned. She did not expect Yang Dingtian to be so straightforward. If I don't return the 1,000 Demon Eagle army, the Vulture sect will lend 3 times the number of Black Eagles. At that time, the Demon Eagle army will be wiped out. It will not change anything, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, that is the reason. Wu Yuming said, since you have returned the Demon Eagle army, the Vulture sect will not lend the Black Eagle army. Alright, that's all I have to say to you. Didn't you want to mediate between me and Zhu Qingzhu? Yang Dingtian sneered. Will you accept mediation? Wu Yuming asked. No, Yang Dingtian said. Then that is it. Wu Yuming said, it is because I have seen through you too clearly. I know that you will not accept mediation. That is why I will try my best to mediate. Yang Dingtian's heart could no longer be described with words. Ling Wu kept saying that she wanted to stop the war. Even Vulture kept saying that her husband was compassionate and wanted to stop the war and mediate. Even Madame Kuei said that she wanted to stop the war. It was as if Wu Yuming could suppress both sides and start the peace talks once she appeared. Now, Wu Yuming had revealed the cruelest truth with just one sentence. Peace talks? Dream on. Zhu Qingzhu's attack on the western region was not directly related to Yang Dingtian. He wanted to occupy the western region and plant the flag of evil ways in the sky above the tens of thousands of miles of land in the western region. As for Yang Dingtian splitting the Tiando League and establishing the Council of Light, it was just an excuse for Zhu Qingzhu to send his army. If he wanted to mediate, it was just an act. He had calculated that Yang Dingtian would not accept the conditions to dissolve the Council of Light. That was why he came to mediate. That was why he came to mediate with a compassionate heart and with the safety of the people in the world as the reason. If Yang Dingtian wanted to stop the war, not only would they not mediate, they would also add fuel to the fire and worsen the situation, forcing both sides to start a war. Alright, I have wronged you in this war. I will make you lose miserably. But don't worry, I will not let you lose everything. Wu Yuming said indifferently, I know. After you suffer a crushing defeat in this war, even if most of your value is gone, there will still be some left. Goodbye. Wu Yuming's body floated up and flew directly toward the Cloud Sky Pavilion and entered the main hall. This time, Yang Dingtian did not barge in. Instead, he waited outside. Beside him was Yun Zhenu, who had a cold expression. 15 minutes later, Yun Kailin personally sent Wu Yuming out. Brother Yang, goodbye. Wu Yuming flew and disappeared in the storm and snow. Yun Kailin looked at Yang Dingtian and said indifferently, all right, City Lord Yang, you should leave too. The Cloud Sky Pavilion does not welcome you. Take care of yourself. Yang Dingtian replied. Subsequently, he rode on the Devil Eagle with Kuei Ning and flew towards the Earth Fisher City. Suddenly, Yun Kailin spoke from behind, Yang Dingtian, you rode on the Devil Eagle and barged into my Cloud Sky Pavilion. You have trampled on my Cloud Sky Pavilion's dignity. I will definitely punish you. No matter what you want to do, don't find excuses. Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Subsequently, he rode on the Devil Eagle with Kuei Ning and left the Cloud Sky Pavilion, returning to the Earth Fisher City, back to the Earth Fisher City. The Earth Fisher City's Grand Elder said, City Lord Yang, the possibility of a ceasefire is very high. However, the western region is still facing the threat of Zhu Qingzhu's 8 million army. Therefore, the western region needs these 5,000 cannons and 1,000 Devil Dragon Legion more than our Earth Fisher City. Therefore, we cannot be so selfish. When you return this time, bring back the 5,000 cannons and Devil Dragon Legion. We will always remember your deep friendship in our hearts. After speaking, the Earth Fisher City's Grand Elder looked at Yang Dingtian nervously. He wanted to return the 5,000 fake cannons and 1,000 Devil Dragon Legion. He only had one objective, which was to return the 1,000 Devil Eagle Legion led by Kuei Ning. Of course, because both parties had a good relationship, he couldn't be too direct. However, if Yang Dingtian was to act dumb, he would have no choice but to shed all pretense of cordiality and ask for the 1,000 Devil Eagle Legion back. That's fine too. Yang Dingtian said softly. City Lord Yang's benevolence and generosity are indeed unparalleled. The Grand Elder said. Kuei Ning stood at the side and felt that something was wrong. This time, Madame Kuei didn't appear. After leaving Earth Fisher City, there were already 2,000 Devil Eagle Legion waiting there. The cannons on the shoreline of Earth Fisher City had all been dug up and carried north by the Devil Eagle Legion. There were also more than 1,000 Devil Dragon Legion that had begun to assemble and prepare to disembark. They were all on the fastest crystal ships. Yang Dingtian patiently waited for the 1,000 Devil Dragon Legion to board the ships. Then, together with the 2,000 Devil Eagle Legion, he escorted the 1,000 Devil Dragon Legion back to the western region. Because they had to protect the fleet below, the 2,000 Devil Eagle Legion flew very slowly. Kuei Ning finally couldn't help but ask, Sect Master, what happened? I'll tell you when we return. Yang Dingtian said. After flying for dozens of miles, a devil eagle suddenly chased after them. A beautiful woman sat on it. It was Kuei Qing. From the beginning to the end, she didn't appear. Now, she had caught up. Yang Dingtian, let's talk. Kuei Qing said. Yang Dingtian flew over. Then, the two devil eagles flew into the sky and separated from the main group. City Lord Yang, I've always been against it. I've always been against it. Kuei Qing's eyes were red. But sister-in-law knelt in front of me and asked me to save my brother. If Earth Fisher City doesn't withdraw, they will kill my brother. Once Earth Fisher City withdraws, Wu Yuming said that she will bring my brother back. Wu Yuming said that she will release him. She should release him. Yang Dingtian said. I've always been against it. I even wanted to bring the Devil Eagle Legion to the western region. But, when sister-in-law knelt in front of me, I was powerless to stop it. Kuei Qing cried. This woman had never cried before. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Then, she apologized countless times. It's nothing. Yang Dingtian said, then I'll go back. Take care. Yang Dingtian smiled at her. Then, the Devil Eagle King swooped down and joined the main group to escort the Devil Dragon Legion back to the western region, 2 days and 2 nights later. Yang Dingtian escorted the main group back to Iron Furnace City. Countless citizens of Cloud Sky City who were building the defensive line and soldiers loyal to the Council of Light cheered when they saw the Devil Eagle Legion that covered the sky. Originally, City Lord Yang had 1,000 Devil Eagle Legions and was almost invincible. Now, there were so many more. Wouldn't that make him even more invincible? Instantly, the morale of countless citizens rose. But they wouldn't see that in the dead of night, the Devil Eagle Legions all rose into the sky in the dark. They left the western region and flew towards Earth Fisher City. And it wasn't just the 2,000 Devil Eagle Legions that left. The 1,000 Devil Eagle legions that had been protecting the western region also officially left. When Yang Dingtian told Kuei Ning to bring the 1,000 Devil Eagle legions back to Earth Fisher City and completely leave the war between the western region and Zhongzhou, Kuei Ning, who had been suppressed for a few days, finally exploded. He didn't say anything. He directly placed his sword on his neck and said that if he was allowed to go back, he would die. Kuei Ning wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. The 1,000 Devil Eagle warriors also had such thoughts. After fighting side by side for a few months and going through life and death together, they had already formed a deep friendship with the brothers here. Here, they had gained countless precious things. Worship, victory, value, passion, and so on. Even though they obeyed Yang Dingtian and worshipped Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was never high and mighty. He was always at the forefront of the battle. Not only was he their leader, but he was also their life and death brother. Yang Dingtian had already won their hearts. To put it bluntly, the 1,000 Devil Eagle warriors' recognition of Cloud Sky City had even surpassed that of Earth Fisher City. The Devil Eagle legions belonged to the sky and belonged to the battle. Now, asking them to leave before the war was really more painful than killing them. Yang Dingtian and Kuei Ning said 2 sentences. The first sentence was that the Devil Eagle legions that he led weren't fleeing before the war. It was a strategic departure because if the Devil Eagle legions didn't leave, Kuei Si wouldn't be able to survive. Moreover, the Vulture Sect's Black Eagle legions would participate in the war. The second sentence was that in the demon area, he saw Nangong Xiuxiu's corpse. It was Qin Ji who killed her. They only stabbed Qin Ji once and didn't kill her to avenge Nangong Xiuxiu. Hearing the news of Nangong Xiuxiu's death, Kuei Ning's tears fell. The light in his eyes was incomparably painful and complicated. He shook his head and said, "It's good that she's dead. It's over." "What's wrong?" Yang Dingtian asked. She has someone else in her heart." Kuei Ning said painfully. "She ran away from home to fly away with him." "Who is it?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I don't know." Kuei Ning shook his head. "Forget her." Yang Dingtian said, "After this war, I'll choose a marriage for you." Kuei Ning smiled embarrassedly and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to choose a wife for me." "Definitely." Yang Dingtian hugged his arm tightly. "Can we win this time? Can we win?" Kuei Ning asked. "We can win." Yang Dingtian said decisively, "This time, I'll give the whole world an even more shocking victory. I'll give Zhu Qingzhu and Wu Yuming a resounding slap in the face. I believe you, I'll always believe you, I'll always be loyal to you." Kuei Ning said, "I'll be in Splitting Earth City waiting for that slap. I'll help you see the expressions of those stupid elders." "Good brother," Yang Dingtian said with a smile. Then, the 3,000 Demon Eagle army flapped their wings in the night sky and left the west. Yang Dingtian stood on the city wall and looked at the black figures leaving. His eyes were bitter. Kuei Ning, who had left Yen City, couldn't help but cry on the back of the Demon Eagle. The next day, Wu Yuming announced to the world that because Yang Dingtian refused to dissolve the Council of Light, his mediation had failed. The 8 million Zhongzhou army that had gathered officially boarded the ships. The war broke out. Chapter 546. Of course, Ning Wuming's words were not that simple. Other than the fact that Yang Dingtian had refused, the mediation had failed. In addition, Ning Wuming represented the Vulture sect and the Sea of Hades to announce that they would end the war with the smallest price. They would work hard to prevent this war from turning into a world war between the Western region and the Central region. In short, they had to make sure that fewer people died and less blood was shed in this war. According to his original words, "Since I can't stop this tragedy, I will make it smaller and the process faster." It was unknown how many people shed tears of gratitude when they heard these words, but who would know the cruelty behind these words? Was there a way to make the tragedy smaller and the process faster? Was there a way to make fewer people die and less blood flow? It was very simple. Yang Dingtian's army was completely annihilated at sea. Then, they could not stop the Central Region's army from landing. The Central Region's army would use the fastest time to completely occupy the Western region. Wu Yoming's announcement had just been made. The great elder of the Fisher City announced in the Central Region that the Fisher City would remain neutral in this war and would not participate in any side. However, he still hoped that City Lord Yang Dingtian would accept the mediation and dissolve the Council of Light. This way, the war would not break out. The Sky Cloud Pavilion also announced that they would remain neutral in this war. Moreover, they condemned Yang Dingtian's stubbornness. They could not even guarantee that the Sky Cloud Pavilion would work hard to stop this war when the situation required it. The Sky Cloud Pavilion's words were not clear, but the meaning was clear. Because of Yang Dingtian's offense, the Sky Cloud Pavilion remained neutral, but they could not guarantee what they would do next. After all, peace was the most important thing. The gathering of 8 million soldiers for an expedition was an incomparably huge project. Almost all the forces in the Central Region had sent their elites to participate in the war. The Northern Central Region, the Great Central Region, and the Southern Central Region. Almost all the docks and ports had been turned into huge military camps. Every day, countless soldiers boarded the warships. Looking down at the Central Region, it was densely packed with black soldiers. Zhu Qingzhu had given everything he had for this war, for the sake of seizing the Western region. 8 million soldiers, more than 10,000 warships of various types. That's right, more than 10,000 ships. There had never been such a scene in the history of Earth. In the early civilizations of Earth, the largest population of each country was only in the tens of millions, and the armies they sent out were only in the hundreds of thousands. In the modern times, the United States repeatedly carried out the largest scale of expeditions across the sea. From World War II to the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the Gulf War. There were 2 expeditions that reached the million level. The rest were all expeditions that involved hundreds of thousands of soldiers. However, at this time, Earth's warships were already incomparably huge. From a few thousand tons to tens of thousands of tons. Therefore, during the American expedition, the number of ships that were dispatched was only in the thousands. Therefore, the simultaneous deployment of tens of thousands of warships was only a legend in the Earth era. But in the Chaos world, it became reality. Of the 10,000 plus warships, there were more than 2,000 battleships. More than half of the warships that weighed more than 500 tons, amounting to more than 3,000. The Western world, on the other hand, barely had 100 or so large ships after some repairs. The largest ship in the Central State weighed more than 6,000 tons. The largest ship in the Western world was 1,200 tons. In addition to the 8 million troops and more than 10,000 warships. The Central State was also fully equipped with more than 15,000 giant crystal crossbows and 40,000 medium-sized crystal crossbows. They could completely seal off any attack in the air. Unless it was a high-altitude attack. Moreover, that was not all. There were also more than 80,000 flying cavalry legions. The Vulture Sect's Black Vulture Legion did not move, but that did not mean that the Central State did not have an air force. It just did not have an ace air force. In the entire Central State, all the combat flying cavalry were gathered, and there were more than 80,000 flying cavalry legions. Among them, the 10,000 Golden Eagle Legion was the ace army. The Eagle Nest had lost 30,000 Golden Eagle Legion in the Cloud Sky City 3 times, completely damaging their foundation. Now, they had done their best and still sent out 10,000 Golden Eagle Legion. Therefore, the combat strength of the Central State was roughly as follows. 8 million troops, 13,000 warships, and 2,000 battleships. 15,000 giant crystal crossbows, 40,000 medium-sized crystal crossbows, 80,000 air legions, and 10,000 golden eagle legion. The combat strength of the Western world was roughly as follows. 3 million troops, 50,000 air legions, 6,000 cannons, 10,000 giant crystal crossbows, 20,000 medium-sized crystal crossbows, 18,000 miniature crystal crossbows, 800 different types of warships, and 200 battleships. Of course, including the extremely crude submarines, there were more than 500 ships. From the looks of it, there was not much difference between the forces. That was because the Northwest Qin city and the world society had almost given their all. Especially the Northwest Qin city, as the world's largest territory and the world's wealthiest, it was not without reason. The crystal crossbows and the flying cavalry legions alone were equivalent to a small half of the central state. However, the military strength of the Western world was mostly on land. These troops and the crystal crossbows could not reach the sea. Therefore, in the Western world, there were only 100,000 troops, 2,000 medium-sized anti-air crystal crossbows, 20,000 flying cavalry, and 800 small ships that could fight the Central State Army on the sea. It was not even 1/10 of the Central State Army. Yen City, the temporary headquarters of the Council of Light. Sovereign, we cannot win the naval battle. There is no hope. Qiu Wanjie was the first to speak. Hearing his pessimistic tone, everyone turned to look at him. The Demon Eagle Legion has left and the kerosene tactic cannot be used. We have already lost this naval battle. Our naval strength is less than 1/100th of Zhu Qingzhu's. There is no way we can win, Qiu Wanjie said. Then are you still going to surrender? Song Xiao asked angrily. For some reason, Song Xiao's stubbornness was very prominent no matter if it was the evil ways or the Council of Light. When he was working with the evil ways, the others were just putting on a show when they attacked Cloud Sky City. Only Song Xiao went all out and went south to the Poison Strait to give Cloud Sky City a fatal blow. After joining the Council of Light, he was also extremely stubborn and did not even consider changing sides. Qiu Wanjie knew Song Xiao's personality and did not bicker with him. He continued, my opinion is that we should not fight on the sea. If the entire army is wiped out, it will be a huge blow to the morale. We should fight on land and wait for them to come ashore. Song Chunhua said, on the surface, we have 3 million soldiers, but in reality, those who are truly loyal to the Council of Light barely number 1 million. As for the rest, once the Central State Army arrives, it would be good if they did not surrender. The entire western region has hundreds of thousands of miles of coastline. We can't block or defend against them. Qiu Wanjie said, then let's gather all of our forces in a few cities. With Yen City, West Prefecture City, South Prefecture City, Qin City, Cloud Sky City, and Ba City as strongholds, let the 3 million soldiers enter the cities and guard them. This way, our cannons will be able to display their greatest advantage. Qin Huayu said, this way, we will have to give up 90% of our territory and 70% of our citizens. We will lose even if we don't fight. Moreover, without the Demon Eagle Legion, the enemy's Golden Eagle Legion will be invincible. The cannons will be easily destroyed. Qiu Wanjie said, this won't work, that won't work. Then what should we do? Qiu Wanjie used to be very cunning and never said anything that would offend others. Because after killing Zhu Hongli, there was no way out. Instead, he became more direct with his words. I still say the same thing. Annihilate the enemy on the sea. Annihilate the entire Central State Army on the sea. Don't let a single soldier come ashore. Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian in astonishment. Did he have a problem with his brain because of the series of blows he received? The enemy has over 10,000 ships, while you only have a few hundred. The enemy has close to 100,000 air forces, while you have less than 10,000. Annihilating the enemy on the sea, is this a dream? If the Western region's army and the Central State Army were to be compared, it would be 1 to 3. But if it was a comparison of sea power, the Central State Army was 100 times stronger than the Western region. If they didn't fight on land and used the advantage of strong cities and cannons to fight a naval battle, they would be stupid. And most importantly, the Western region no longer had an ace air force. Earth-splitting city had already abandoned the Western region. Yang Dingtian looked at everyone and said, regarding this naval battle, I have absolute confidence in winning. The most important thing is, how do we annihilate the enemy's air force? Also, after the Central Continent Army is completely annihilated at sea, how are we going to capture and rescue the ordinary soldiers? We need to gather all the ships, because these several million soldiers of the Central Continent Army might very well be our core strength in the future world-destroying war. When Yang Dingtian said this, everyone was completely stunned. Even Qin Huaiyu and Song Chunhua, who trusted Yang Dingtian the most, were stunned. In a naval battle, the disparity in power was 1 to 1. There was no hope of winning at all. 10,000 soldiers would be annihilated. Now, the naval battle hadn't even started, but Yang Dingtian was already preparing to capture and rescue the Central State Army. This was absolutely crazy. Yang Dingtian continued, I've already said it clearly. In this war, we only have one enemy, and that is the evil ways Zhu Qingzhu. As long as we defeat Zhu Qingzhu, most of the Central State Army will stand on our side. They will become the main force to resist the evil ways in the future. Therefore, this battle is different from the battle at Cloud Sky City. In the battle at Cloud Sky City, we need to destroy the enemy as much as possible. In the naval battle at Central State, we need to completely defeat them and not kill more people. Suddenly, Song Xiao couldn't help but say, My lord, saving people is another matter. Let's win first. I don't see any hope of winning this naval battle. Actually, the naval battle isn't completely impossible. Song Chunhua suddenly said, if we modify the crystal crossbows and use them to throw barrels of kerosene, we can still burn the Central State Army. In addition to our submarine troops, this naval battle can be won. When Song Chunhua said this, everyone's eyes lit up. After Earth-splitting city abandoned the Council of Light, the Demon Vulture Army retreated, which was a heavy blow to everyone present. They almost couldn't breathe and even felt like the sky was falling down. One must know that once the submarine tactic was exposed, it was very easy to be destroyed. Therefore, the Council of Light placed all their hopes on the kerosene tactic. However, with Earth-splitting city's betrayal and the Demon Vulture Army's retreat, the kerosene tactic was instantly ineffective. Therefore, the entire naval battle fell into a hopeless situation. Now, Song Chunhua proposed a new idea, which was to modify the crystal crossbows to throw barrels of kerosene. Instantly, everyone looked at Qiu Wanjie, because he was a weapon expert. Owner Qiu, is it possible? Song Chunhua asked. Why didn't I think of that? Qiu Wanjie said, it's totally possible. Moreover, the modification isn't difficult. If you don't pay attention to accuracy, it can be thrown in a curve for 50 miles. Then it's done. Qin Huaiyu said, Central State has more than 10,000 warships, but they can't be used. Once they catch fire, there's no way to save them. This naval battle can be fought. Everyone was instantly excited. An all-out naval battle was a strategy that had been set long ago. Of course, it wasn't impossible to fight on land. If the Western world was fully united, it wasn't impossible to defeat the 8 million troops of Central State. However, although the Western world looked united on the surface, it was actually a piece of scattered sand. There was no way to gather their strength. Once the battle started, who knew how many people would lead the way? Moreover, once the naval battle started, it was destined to be a long battle. It would become a super large-scale war between Central State and the Western world. In the end, East State would also be involved, and it would evolve into a world war. The Legion of Doom hadn't arrived yet, and the Tiando League was already fighting a world war with itself. That would be a joke. Yang Dingtian would also become a sinner. Yang Dingtian naturally had the confidence to win, because he had Xiao Xiao, the ancient giant beast. However, he wouldn't reveal this top-secret killing weapon. Even at the highest meeting of the Council of Light, he wouldn't reveal it. The blow of Ling Wu leaking the secret was really too big. Moreover, if they could rely on the Western world's strength and wisdom to defeat Central State's army, that would be even better. Alright, we have no less than 5 million caddies of kerosene barrels. It's more than enough to burn more than 10,000 warships of Central State. Song Chunhua said, Sect Master, let's modify the crystal crossbows immediately and set sail immediately. Okay. Yang Dingtian said, from now on, we'll completely modify the crystal crossbows. All the large warships will only be equipped with crystal crossbows and kerosene shells. The faster crystal warships will be equipped with cannons. After that, gather all the warships of the Western world and set sail several hundred li behind the battlefield. Prepare to rescue people. Yes. Although everyone still felt strange, they still accepted the order. Song Chunhua also flew towards Luofu City at the first moment. Luofu City was a small to medium-sized castle 300 li away from Yen City. It was already completely empty inside. All of it was used to store kerosene barrels. No less than 5 million caddies. More than 100,000 kerosene barrels were placed inside. In fact, the kerosene barrels weren't completely metal barrels anymore. Because there was really no time to make so many metal barrels, many wooden barrels were also made. More than 100,000 kerosene barrels were completely an incomparably huge gunpowder warehouse. Previously, it was the key to victory in the naval battle. Therefore, Luofu City had completely become a strategic location. Previously, no less than 500 Demon Vulture Legion hovered above Luofu City every day, not even a bird was allowed to enter. As for Song Chunhua, she stayed in Luofu City day and night, looking after all the kerosene barrels. Not only that, Yang Dingtian even sent 1,000 members of the Demon Dragon Legion to guard the periphery of Luofu City. Even at crucial moments, the great Grandmaster level expert Dongfang Minmi also came back to guard Cloud Sky City and Luofu City. The other great Grandmaster, Qin Wanchou, was in charge of guarding Fire Island. After the meeting, Song Chunhua didn't stop at all. She directly flew towards Luofu City. Sect Master, do you still remember the Demon Fire Demon Phoenix egg that you gave me? Song Chunhua asked. Of course I remember, Yang Dingtian said, this is a demi-saint level demon beast that swallowed more than 10 Xian flames. Moreover, the demi-saint level of demon beasts and the demi-saint level of humans couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. This point was already clear enough. The total amount of Xian Qi possessed by a demi-saint level demon beast was more than 10 times that of a human demi-saint. Of course, the amount of energy released per unit of time might not be much higher. Therefore, Wulingzi was a demi-saint. If he was allowed to go all out and kill, when his Xian Qi was exhausted, he could at most kill tens of thousands of people. However, the Demon Fire Demon Phoenix was enough to slaughter an entire city. It could turn the entire huge city into ruins and kill everyone. Recently, I seem to have heard some noise from it, Song Chunhua said, but it doesn't seem to have enough energy to hatch it. I was thinking, would it be better to put it in the magma? Yang Dingtian laughed, if we wait until it grows up, we will have an almost heaven-defying air force. Okay, Sect Master, I'm going back to Luofu City. I've already left for more than 4 hours, Song Chunhua said, and then directly flew away. Boom, at this moment, a fireball suddenly appeared in the distance. The entire ground was shaking. The entire Yen City was shaking. Countless tiles fell. Countless beasts ran away in fright. Countless birds flew away in fright. After a moment, a deafening loud noise was heard. This was an unprecedentedly huge explosion. Hundreds of miles away, they could feel the huge vibration and the loud noise. The fireball that exploded into the sky and the mushroom cloud was actually bigger and more shocking than the atomic bomb explosion seen on TV. Suddenly, everyone present was horrified. Song Chuanhua's face was pale. It's the direction of Luofu City. Song Chunhua hissed. Then, everyone present madly flew towards Luofu City. There were tens of millions of caddies of kerosene there, a full 5,000 tons. That was the lifeblood of the western region. More than 300 miles, half an hour, they had already flown. Then, everyone looked at the scene on the ground. They were completely shocked and their faces were pale. Is this the end of our Council of Light? Suddenly, Song Shao screamed. Song Chunhua stared blankly at the ground and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The entire Luofu city had been completely turned into ruins. Not even a complete stone strip could be seen. Luofu city, which covered an area of hundreds of acres, had been completely turned into rubble and ruins. After the hard boulders exploded, they were directly burned to ashes. The entire Luofu city had become an incomparably huge pit. A few thousand meters around Luofu city, all the trees had been burned to charcoal. All the houses had been turned into ruins. The area within 1,000 meters looked as if it had been roasted by fire. The ruins of Luofu city had become a huge fire field. Everywhere was burning. And the black smoke that soared to the sky completely covered the sky. It was as if the entire Luofu city had become hell. On the ground, there were countless corpses of the demon dragon army. There were hundreds of them, all burned to charcoal. At the same time, there were hundreds of corpses of various types of winged cavalry. After the Demon Eagle army had retreated, the Council of Light immediately instigated hundreds of other winged cavalry to carry out aerial surveillance. Now, the 10 million caddies of kerosene had been completely burned and turned into nothingness. There are at least 3 master-level powerhouses. Qin Wanqiu said decisively. Zhu Qingzhu had sent experts to destroy the 10 million caddies of kerosene. Previously, when there was the Demon Eagle army, they could guard against any movement within a radius of 5,000 miles. Therefore, it was very difficult for even master-level experts to enter because they could not escape the surveillance of the Demon Eagle army. Once they entered, the West would immediately send master-level and even great master-level experts to kill them. Therefore, in this 1 month, Zhu Qingzhu had lost many experts. Even if the enemy master-level experts discovered the Demon Eagle army, they could not do anything because they could not fly as fast as the Demon Eagle army. And now, the Demon Eagle army had retreated from Fisher City. The aerial surveillance had been changed to ordinary winged cavalry, and the number had increased by nearly 10 times. Tens of thousands of winged cavalry were monitoring the sky for thousands of miles. However, the enemy master-level experts still broke through, and the Council of Light's winged cavalry did not report anything. This was because all the winged cavalry who saw the master-level invaders were killed. Their speed was too slow and could not escape the pursuit of the master-level experts. Qin Wanqiu was so angry that his whole body trembled. He suddenly rose into the air and chased towards the east. Song Shao was also enraged as he followed closely behind. The two of them wanted to tear the sneak attacker into pieces. The defense of Luofu city was very tight. A master-level expert was stationed here for a long time, and another great master-level expert took turns to guard. Moreover, when Song Chunhua came to Yen City directly sent a master and 5 high-level revered martial artists to temporarily guard Luofu city. However, there was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. The departure of the Demon Eagle army directly left a huge hole in Yang Dingtian's aerial defense. Zhu Qingzhu's master-level invaders directly entered and destroyed tens of millions of kilograms of kerosene. Dongfang Minmi undoubtedly heard the loud noise, but he did not come over. This was because Cloud Sky City was more dangerous at this time, and he had to guard there. when he saw everyone's expressions of despair. It was not easy for them to think of a way to modify the crystal crossbows to throw kerosene bombs. Now, all the kerosene bombs were destroyed. A few hundred winged cavalry warriors, a few hundred demon dragon warriors, 1 master and 5 revered martial artists had died. Yang Dingtian was also heartbroken. Yang Dingtian looked at everyone and said, "This is a huge blow to us, but this does not prevent us from winning. In the Sunset Mountains, there is still a batch of kerosene bombs. Use the fastest speed to transport them all to Yen City. In addition, use all your strength to extract kerosene. Get as many kerosene bombs as you can." In the end, Yang Dingtian said, "From this, it can be seen that Zhu Qingzhu is doing everything possible to destroy our kerosene. This proves that he is very afraid of our kerosene tactics." Song Chunhua looked at the burning Luofu city and said sorrowfully, "But the war has already broken out. Even if we do our best, we won't be able to get much kerosene. Moreover, the most important thing is, the egg of the demon fire demon phoenix that you gave me is still in Luofu city." "What?" Yang Dingtian cried out in alarm. The egg of the demon fire demon phoenix was inside. With such a violent explosion, the egg would have long been smashed to pieces. "I want to go take a look." Suddenly, Song Chunhua rushed into the raging flames. This was a gift from Yang Dingtian, and she cherished it very much. At this moment, suddenly, there was a shocking cry. Then, a huge demon fire demon phoenix flew into the raging flames. Chapter 547. Wherever this phoenix passed, all the flames were extinguished. All the flames formed a part of its body. Suddenly, everyone present was completely shocked. Yang Dingtian and Song Chunhua were also completely stunned. Was this a blessing in disguise? Zhu Qingzhu sent a master-level powerhouse to sneak attack Luofu city and destroyed millions of kilograms of kerosene. If it weren't for the ancient giant beast Xiao Xiao, it would be tantamount to destroying the only hope of victory in the West. However, this raging flame, the shocking flame energy, not only did not destroy the demon phoenix egg, it directly hatched. Then, Yang Dingtian was shocked to see that this demon fire demon phoenix, just hatched, was already dozens of meters in size. Moreover, because there were flames everywhere, so after it flew over, it swallowed the flames, getting bigger and bigger. In the end, all the flames in the entire Luofu city were swallowed up. And this demon fire demon phoenix was hundreds of meters in size. "Hey-oh!" It let out a long cry. The demon fire demon phoenix baby suddenly flew towards Song Chunhua. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Such a huge demon fire demon phoenix rushing over, who could withstand it? Who knew, this demon phoenix flew in the air, getting smaller and smaller. Finally, when it landed on Song Chunhua's shoulder, it was only the size of a palm. Then, it pouted its small sharp mouth and kissed Song Chunhua's face. This demon phoenix was too heaven-defying. Yang Dingtian was really worried that this little demon phoenix's kiss would burn a hole in Song Chunhua's face. Who knew that after this demon phoenix's small sharp mouth kissed, Song Chunhua's face was still as smooth as jade, without any damage. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but reach out to touch this little thing, it was only warm to the touch. Everyone present looked at this gorgeous and cute little fire phoenix in amazement. Yang Dingtian reached out to touch it, but this time the little guy did not want to. It turned its small body and suddenly spat out a ball of flame. Boom! The little guy's body was only the size of a palm, but the flame it spat out was dozens of feet. And the temperature was surprisingly high. Yang Dingtian fortunately dodged quickly, otherwise he would have been burned. "Don't do that," Song Chunhua said sternly. But how could the little fellow understand? It thought that Song Chunhua was being intimate with it, so it flew to her face and rubbed against her. This little guy's parents were semi-sage level devil fire demonic phoenix. They had swallowed a lot of phoenix heavenly fire. Therefore, this little guy was born with the energy of phoenix heavenly fire. Song Chunhua, on the other hand, had just swallowed the heavenly phoenix fire. Therefore, the moment the little fellow was born, it smelled Song Chunhua's energy aura and immediately treated her as its mother. The tragedy of the destruction of Luofu city and the destruction of millions of kilograms of kerosene had been somewhat diluted by the birth of this little fellow. The birth of such a powerful creature as the phoenix's nirvana required very special conditions and costs. However, the price of this little fellow's birth was too tragic. When the Devil Dragon army in the Sunset Mountains and the citizens of Cloud Sky City heard that Luofu city's kerosene had been destroyed, they immediately went crazy. After that, he did not sleep or rest at all. He crazily cut wood and crazily extracted oil. Especially the warriors of the Devil Dragon army. When they heard that hundreds of their brothers had been burned to death, they immediately gritted their teeth. After that, a few thousand people did not rest at all. They rode the Devil Dragon and continuously transported kerosene to Iron Furnace City. Gathering civilian ships, gathering troops, modifying crystal crossbows, and launching submarines, Yang Dingtian could not manage these matters. He had specialized people to manage them. Therefore, Yang Dingtian simply let go of everything. He spent the remaining few days in the Sunset Mountains, cutting wood and extracting kerosene with the hundreds of thousands of people. Under the frantic efforts of the hundreds of thousands of people, the kerosene production had actually increased by 2 times. Within a day, they had actually extracted millions of kilograms of kerosene. Suppressing the kerosene was extremely simple. It was just a huge turntable that squeezed the kerosene wood and blasted the kerosene out. And this huge roulette wheel was directly rotated by the demonic dragon and the warriors with powerful cultivation. Yang Dingtian and a few high-level warriors were currently turning the huge turntable with all their might. They watched as the transparent kerosene slid into the barrels. "Sect Master, are you really not bringing us to this naval battle?" Lu Hangxi asked. "The Devil Dragon army is not suited for naval battles," Yang Dingtian said. "That brat Kuei Ning really left?" Lu Hangxi said angrily. "Don't blame him. I was the one who told him to leave. He directly held his sword to his neck and refused to leave." Yang Dingtian said, "If he didn't leave, the Vulture Sect's Black Vulture army would have joined the battle. At that time, the situation would have become even more complicated. We are currently unable to touch the Vulture Sect. One day, I will bring the Devil Dragon army and charge into that bullshit Vulture Sect. I will burn all those harmful black vultures to death and burn that bullshit Vulture Sect to the ground," Lu Hangxi said angrily. He then asked, "Sect Master, can we really win?" "What? Even a daredevil like you is not confident?" Yang Dingtian laughed. "After all, it is the sea. Our Devil Dragon army does not fear anyone on land, but on the sea, we are not confident." Lu Hangxi said, "Moreover, I also heard a lot of gossip. There were ordinary people, low-level warriors, and some nobles. They said that as long as you are annihilated on the sea, they will immediately prepare a flag, form an army, and prepare to welcome the army of Zhongzhou." After saying this, Lu Hangxi said angrily, "Now I know that there are many bad people among the ordinary people. We are risking our lives for them, but they are cursing us to die. If the people of the entire western region were like Cloud Heaven City, how good would that be?" Yang Dingtian sighed. How could he win the hearts of the poor people? It couldn't be simpler. In the Earth era, there were already textbook examples. Give them freedom, give them land, and there would be countless people who would die for you. The example of Cloud Heaven City was very clear. In just a few months, millions of people built a 100-mile city wall for Yang Dingtian. They built a brand new and huge Cloud Heaven City. After that, Yang Dingtian moved hundreds of thousands of people to Yen City to build a defensive line. They still had no complaints and worked crazily day and night without rest. They didn't feel like they were working. It was as if these defensive lines were built for themselves. Of course, these defensive lines were indeed built for themselves. Once Zhongzhou occupied the western region, their freedom, land, and dignity would be completely gone. Moreover, when the people of Yan City slandered Yang Dingtian, they directly rushed out and fought with their lives. However, Yang Dingtian could only use this method in Cloud Heaven City and not in other places. Because Cloud Heaven City was his absolute territory, all the nobles had been killed by him. The Divine Weapons Manor and the Northwest Qin City both had owners. Yang Dingtian had the right to mobilize their armies and resources, but he had no right to interfere with their internal affairs. Therefore, the people of Yan City were slandering and cursing Yang Dingtian, while countless serfs continued to watch numbly. 3 days later. In the crazy work in the Sunset Mountains, 3,500,000 caddies of kerosene were squeezed out and made into 80,000 barrels of kerosene. As for the Northwest Qin City and the Divine Weapons Manor, they collected all the ships in the Northwest continent. They collected thousands of ships that could go out to sea. However, these ships weren't powered by crystals and only had sails. Moreover, they were of different sizes and had poor defense. It was impossible to use them for battle. The only use of these ships was to rescue people after the battle. Many people felt that Yang Dingtian was crazy. The war hadn't even started and there was no hope of winning, but he was already preparing to rescue the captives. In the afternoon 3 days later, the Western Army began to board the ships. 200 warships carried 2,500 large crystal crossbows and 80,000 barrels of kerosene. Nearly 100 crystal ships were loaded with more than 1,000 medium-sized cannons and 100,000 shells. There were also 500 crystal ships of various types, loaded with various materials, and 100,000 soldiers. That's right, Zhongzhou had a total of 8 million soldiers, while the western region had only mobilized 100,000. The remaining 20 to 30,000 people were all operating the crystal crossbows or cannons. Along with them, there were 10,000 elite winged cavalry warriors. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to send out more winged cavalry warriors. It was because these winged cavalry warriors could only travel 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers before stopping to rest. Yang Dingtian didn't have that many ships for them to dock. After boarding the ships for an entire day and night, all the crystal crossbows, all the cannons, all the kerosene barrels, all the cannons, all the materials, all the fresh water, and all the soldiers had all boarded the ships. On the morning of the 4th day, the swearing ceremony was held on the surface of the sea. Although it was only 1/10 of Zhongzhou's fleet, it was still a magnificent sight to see nearly 1,000 ships of various types spread out on the surface of the sea. The thousands of ships were lined up in an arrow shape. Yang Dingtian's flagship was at the tip of the arrow in the middle. More than 10,000 people stood on the plaza of the dock. Among them, there were the representatives of the people of Yan City and the feudal lords of the entire western region. All of them came to the dock for a parade. The atmosphere might be solemn, but it might also be cold. Only the few hundred representatives from Cloud Sky City were enthusiastic and hot-blooded. The rest of the people looked at Yang Dingtian's beggar fleet with cold and hostile gazes. Just as Lu Hengxi said, Yang Dingtian had killed Zhu Hongli and forced the feudal lords to pledge their allegiance, directly suppressing the rebellion of the western region. However, it was only temporarily suppressed. This group of people's fear of Zhongzhou's army and their dissatisfaction with Yang Dingtian continued to fester. Therefore, when facing the swearing ceremony, these people were supposed to be excited and enthusiastic, as if they were attending a funeral. There were even many people with ulterior motives who wore black and white on the ships. It was as if they were sending Yang Dingtian to his funeral. Yang Dingtian's ruthlessness made them not dare to resist on the surface. However, they still displayed the cold violence and resistance to the extreme. For this expedition, Yang Dingtian had taken 100,000 people with him. They were the most elite and most loyal warriors in the western region. Almost all the experts of the Council of Light had been taken away, leaving behind Song Shao and Qin Huayu to guard the western region and continue to prepare for war. Of course, after Yang Dingtian took away the army, would the feudal lords in the western region fall into chaos and rebel? It could only be said that if they wanted to die, they could rebel. Now, in the western region, there were thousands of demon dragon warriors, the most elite troops of the northwest Qin city, and tens of thousands of flying cavalry troops. All of them controlled the key points of the western region. Song Shao was even more stubborn than Yang Dingtian. When he decided to side with the Council of Light, he raised his butcher's knife and killed until rivers of blood flowed. Once there was a rebellion in the western region, he could kill all of the feudal lords with his imperial sword in hand. As the highest commander left behind, Song Shao presided over the swearing ceremony. After paying respects to the two suns and moons, as well as the ancestors of the Primal Chaos Continent and the Tiando League, Song Shao gave a speech. In the sound of the drums, Song Shao's speech was fervent and intense, making people's blood boil. At the most intense part of his speech, Song Shao roared. The army below crazily slammed their swords against their armor and roared loudly. The feudal lords and citizens who were watching the ceremony should be cheering and clapping loudly. However, they were expressionless and indifferent to everything. They did not have any reaction. As for the citizens of Cloud Sky City who were watching the ceremony, they shouted until they were hoarse and their throats were hoarse. As for the feudal lords and citizens of Yen City, they looked at them with disdain as if they were watching a monkey show. Every one of you is a pitiful worm who has been brainwashed by Yang Dingtian. Serves you right to work like pigs and dogs all day long. Lowly people will always be lowly people. Yang Dingtian will not return this time. This group of idiots, the higher they jump, the faster they die. See God bless us. See God bless us. Set off a giant wave that will devour Yang Dingtian and his lackeys. Let this group of people die without a burial ground. Emperor's army of Zhongzhou, hurry up and come to the western region. Kill this clown Yang Dingtian and return our peaceful life to the western region. After Song Shao's speech, it was Yang Dingtian's turn to make the final speech. Yang Dingtian stood on the high platform, under the many memorial tablets, and stood in the midst of the smoke and fire. He coldly looked at the tens of thousands of people who were watching the ceremony and suddenly said, "Brothers of Cloud Sky City, step back and stand to the side. Don't stand with this group of people. It's an eyesore." All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. In such a grand and solemn occasion, Yang Dingtian was also going to jump up and down. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, the representatives of Cloud Sky City who came to watch the ceremony immediately left the crowd and stood to the side. Instantly, they were separated from the rest of the crowd. Although the citizens of Cloud Sky City were poor, they wore the best clothes they had and tied up with red ribbons to celebrate the occasion. As for the remaining feudal lords and citizens, they were all dressed in black and white. Some even had evil intentions and directly wore white hats, looking like mourning hats. "You're all dressed like this. Are you here to attend the funeral?" Yang Dingtian slowly asked. Suddenly, everyone trembled and took half a step back slightly. The reason why they did this was because of the silent violence and because they felt that the law could not punish the majority. They didn't expect Yang Dingtian to directly point it out. This person's knife had killed millions of people. If he started a massacre here, they would die of injustice. Suddenly, they trembled and secretly wanted to take off the mourning hat on their heads. When some people were vicious, no one could compare to them. However, when they were timid, no one could compare to them. "Don't take it off. Just wear it like this," Yang Dingtian slowly said. "Today, I won't start a massacre. However, in the following days, I have a word of advice for you. If you don't seek death, you won't die." When these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Yang Dingtian didn't leave any face for them. I'll leave behind President Song Shao, young Master Qin Huayu, and young Master Chou Yiming. These three people have the most loyal and elite troops in their hands. There are more than 1 million of them. I can say that if your 2 million motley crew wants to rebel, the three of them, in less than 5 days, will be enough to kill all of you. Yang Dingtian said coldly. Then he suddenly shouted, Song Shao, Qin Huayu, Chou Yiming, where are you? Your subordinates are here. Immediately, the three people stepped out and bowed. Yang Dingtian pulled out a golden sword and handed it to Song Shao. He said, this command sword is for the three of you. After I go to war, the entire western region will be handed over to the three of you. If there is any rebellion, any internal strife, no matter the reason, kill them all. If there is any army that rebels, the feudal lords will be punished. Kill as many people as you rebel. There is no upper limit to the number of people killed. As long as there is a rebellion, there will be no end to it. Yes. Song Shao took over the golden sword with a ferocious look in his eyes. He looked at the warlords below and said, everyone, the sword in my hand is already thirsty for blood. Why don't you all rebel immediately after the clan master leaves for battle? Let my sword taste your blood. When these words came out, the people below trembled and lowered their heads. They kept telling themselves in their hearts, they won't be arrogant for long. After Yang Dingtian dies in the sea, the day the Central State Army arrives will be the day they die. Endure, endure. Wait for Yang Dingtian and the other traitors to be buried in the fish's belly. Wait for Zhu Qing to lead the army and kill them all. Yang Dingtian looked at them, lowering their heads to hide their vicious and venomous gazes. He smiled faintly and said, I advise all of you, if you want to rebel, you have to wait until the news of my death is confirmed. Don't be like last time, being tricked by others and jumping out so early. Also, in your hearts, you must think that I will not return this time and will definitely be annihilated. Then I advise all of you to think of another possibility. Otherwise, if the Central State Army is annihilated and I return victorious, you will not be prepared at all. At that time, it will be even more painful. Everyone lowered their heads even more, but their hearts were filled with disdain. Yang Dingtian, water must have entered your head. The Central State Fleet is 100 times stronger than you. You are dead for sure, and you still want to win. You must be dreaming. Even those who stood on Yang Dingtian's side were not optimistic about this naval battle, let alone this group of people who longed for the Central State Army. In their hearts, Yang Dingtian was already a dead man. This was just a struggle before death. Yang Dingtian and them no longer had anything to say. He waved his hand and said, all right. Let's not talk too much, let's go. Immediately, Yang Dingtian and the rest rode on the winged cavalry and flew toward the fleet on the sea. After a while, Yang Dingtian led the many experts and landed on the flagship. Let's go. Then, he waved the flag fiercely. Immediately, nearly 1,000 ships of various types and more than 500 simple submarines floated on the sea. They formed an arrow shape and majestically advanced toward the east. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.